Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. It is obviously very early in the morning and we've had a ton of tornado warnings over the last 4 hours and we still have ongoing tornado warnings. We're going to start first with what's happening currently. We currently have 3 tornado warnings in effect back over near Texarkana. We've actually had several tornadoes just over the last 3 or 4 hours that began all the way back near Louisville, Texas, and we still have a threat of tornadoes that is going to be moving into Arkansas and Louisiana over the next hour or so. Currently, we have a lot of rotation right along the leading edge of this line of thunderstorms. QLCS tornado threat has really been ramping up here over the last couple of hours. Rotation is right now located near New Boston. This is heading into Hooks and eventually towards Texarkana over the next several minutes. We also have rotation located back over near Highway 77, which is moving towards Route 59. So if you are anywhere in these tornado warnings, make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This entire line of storms has rotation with it. It's just that's the main area that we're talking about for rotation as of right now. We currently have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings in addition to 3 tornado warnings. We've also been watching a little couplet that's been trying to develop here over the last few minutes back over near Minden, Texas, and that is on track for 59 and eventually going into southwest Arkansas and northwestern Louisiana. And we also have a few other areas of rotation that are beginning to ramp up as well that are a little bit further down to the south of the tornado warning. So I would anticipate we start to see a few more tornado warnings back over northwestern Louisiana, southwest Arkansas, and just to the south again of where these tornado warnings are now within the next 20 to 30 minutes, as this tornado threat will continue in this line of thunderstorms, especially back over near Linden and then also just to the northwest of Jefferson. Couple little hooks that you can see here on radar that are developing. That is definitely going to be a concern for a tornado over the next 30 minutes or so. Further down to the south, very messy complex of thunderstorms that's moving towards Shreveport. Again, our greatest concern is further north, but if this activity here continues to merge and this starts to become a more defined line of storms, I think the tornado risk will begin to increase as this line continues to move into Louisiana. So definitely an area to watch for. Bottom right of your screen is a live shot right now in Texarkana. We are really closely watching these storms as we just had a tornado not even about 30 minutes ago west of New Boston. So this line of storms here is still capable of producing the threat of a tornado. It is quickly approaching Texarkana. We will go to our 3-cam view here. So this is our 3 cameras. Let me see. Actually, we do not have a 3rd camera, so let me find one real quick. We should have a camera out in front of this. Give me 1 second and see if I can find one, because we definitely have some in Louisiana coming up. Obviously, it is very early in the morning, but if you know any friends or family in these areas, or anybody in general, make sure that they are aware of this situation. This is definitely turning into a bit more of a tornado outbreak. We've already had several tornadoes this morning, and I would anticipate this tornado threat to only continue as we continue to go into the late morning and early afternoon hours. This has definitely been a more significant tornado threat than I think some of us would have thought. I mean, I honestly anticipated us to have a more significant tornado threat, during the overnight hours. Unfortunately, we did not time it right when it came to coverage, because last night we went live just so late. I literally just woke up and I've only got 4 hours of sleep. I just noticed that this was happening. So, it definitely was not an easy sort of forecast for us, because we had to go live at some point, and we went live basically at the wrong time for this event. Just a heads up, we do now have officially a new tornado watch that has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. We're going to pull that up here. So this is our brand new tornado watch that has just been issued. This includes Louisiana, Arkansas, and Texas, and they have outlined the potential here for a couple of strong tornadoes being a possibility. So that's from about Hot Springs back into Camden, El Dorado, Pine Bluff, Monticello, and Arkansas, and then in Louisiana we have Monroe, Shreveport, as well as Alexandria, DeRidder, Eunice, and also back through Lufkin, Texas. Until 3 o'clock this afternoon, there is a potential for a couple of strong tornadoes. So make sure you have a tornado action plan ready to go and multiple ways to receive warnings, as that is now our brand new tornado watch. It goes again until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Scattered damaging winds up to 75 miles per hour are also likely in that region. So make sure that you have your trampolines hatched down, and also make sure that you have any sort of loose line items brought inside. Texarkana, thank you. Sorry, I forgot. Texarkana, Texas. Texarkana is now in a tornado warning. So if you are in Texarkana, make sure to get to your safe place Bottom left of your screen, those are two different live shots on the virtual railfan in Texarkana. And so we're keeping a close eye on them. This is what the rotation looks like right now. It's become a bit broader back up near I-30. We still have more rotation located back over near Highway 77, and we are still watching some broad area of circulation near Minden. And we also now have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued back over near Marshall and Longview. We actually have rotation developing right now south of Easton, and this is southeast of Longview near Beckville. That'll be going in the direction of Marshall. That's an area of rotation to watch for, because that is actually a bit more of a discrete storm that is fired up. It's not a very impressive storm via radar, but this is definitely going to be something to watch for as that goes towards I-20 in Shreveport. Also, I do want to throw this out there. We had a few major tornadoes last night, believe it or not. Actually, in Lewisville, Texas, we did have possibly a strong tornado. I have very minimally seen some photos coming out of Lewisville. If you guys do see any photos or videos on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. I'm going to see if I can find any, because I do have a pretty big audience in North Texas, but there was some major damage last night in North Texas, and go figure, this was actually in Little Elm, Texas last night from a viewer. This is from Emily in Texas, in Little Elm, excuse me. Flying trampolines. I mean, we literally warned you guys about this last night. There were indeed some flying trampolines. This is also, wow, this is unbelievable. This was in Watunga, Texas at about 5:30 this morning from Julie as well in Texas. And that's a trampoline on somebody's roof. I don't know how in the world that even happens, but that is quite literally unbelievable. I'll definitely post those photos at some point here later today. But if anybody does see any damage of that tornado in Lewisville, definitely let me know. Add me on Twitter, and I'll at least retweet it at the minimum. But we had a lot of tornado damage from the looks of it in many areas in Dallas-Fort Worth last night. Irving even had reports of major damage as well. So we've had a lot of reports of major damage.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do now have a new tornado warning. This will be for Rusk, and let me get my warning display here up. That's going to be for Rusk and Gregg counties in Texas. You'll see the warning pop up here in a second. The storm is moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Ada, Oklahoma got hit hard. I'm pretty sure Ada was in a tornado warning too, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but I thought I saw a tornado warning there when I woke up this morning, or at least when I saw the warning overlays. I woke up to about 90 notifications of different warnings that were issued last night. So there were plenty of tornado warnings. I'm not sure why we have not seen this tornado warning pop up, but if you are in Rusk or Gregg counties in Texas, make sure that you're getting to your safe place. Turnertown, Texas. I'd have no clue where the tornado warning is. I don't know why it didn't pop up. All right, it is the storm that we're just talking about. So the one near New London and Overton, that is the storm that is now tornado warned southeast of Tyler and south of Longview. The storm is actually one of the ones that we were looking at. This one is a little bit further back to the west. We had one over near Beckville that is still rotating a little bit. This one near Overton, rotation's a bit stronger now. Make sure that you're getting to your safe place if you are in this new tornado warning, which, again, for some reason has still not popped up. But that is south of Longview, southeast of Tyler, Texas. That is currently moving to the northeast. It includes south central Gregg County, and as well as northwestern Rusk County. There's your pink polygon. So just north of Henderson, just south of Kilgore. It is quickly moving northeast towards Longview. Where is Big Sandy, Texas? Is that over in here, or is that back over near Tyler? All right, that's back over near Tyler. Okay, we had cameras. We do have cameras over there, but they're a little bit further back to the west. If we quickly go full cam, this is back over in Many, Louisiana on the central Louisiana weather has cam. This is what it looks like right now. It's actually a beautiful live shot in Many, Louisiana. We're going to have some storms here within the next hour or so. We'll definitely have an interesting view, I think, here. But this is actually a live shot back over there. So we're about an hour out, I would say, from storms being there, but that is one of the many new cameras that we'll be using here on these streams. We have that one. We have a bunch of other ones in Louisiana and Mississippi lined up today for severe weather coverage. So that'll definitely help our coverage and be able to possibly depict if there's a tornado or something along those lines happening in real time. Rotation is definitely on the stronger side right now near New London. Here, your wind's going away from the radar, going towards the radar. Approaching Highway 259 right now, just south of Kilgore near Jacobs and Pirtle. Definitely make sure that you're in your safe place. That is a dangerous storm there. Further off to the north, our rotation is quickly approaching the town of Texarkana. If we have a tornado anywhere, we may have something up in or down in here just south of Maud. And then we're also watching an area back over near Interstate 30. Again, both of these areas of rotation are moving east-northeast. The velocities haven't updated in about 5 minutes, but the rotation overall near Texarkana is a bit weaker than earlier. Definitely still talking about a damaging wind risk no matter what. Our rotation a bit further down to the south, it's broad, but it could intensify at any time. And we also are watching rotation back over near Minden, Texas, which will be moving in the direction of Interstate 49. So again, make sure that you are in your safe place if you are in this warning, or either warning. This is what it looks like currently in Texarkana. We are looking at obviously a railroad track. That is why it's called a virtual rail fan. But nothing yet. We're only about 5 or 10 minutes away from these storms being in Texarkana. I keep saying Texarkana, sorry, Texarkana. If you're in Texarkana, this is the live shot. We're about 5 or 10 minutes, though, out from this storm being in Texarkana. Again, damaging winds is likely. Tornado is still a possibility as the storm continues to move east-northeast. These storms are obviously moving very quickly at about 40 to 50 miles per hour, so they are going to be racing almost at highway speeds out here. I know many people on the highway drive much faster than 50, but, you get the point. These are very fast-moving storms that are moving into the Louisiana and Texas border. We also have some damage reports coming out of Tyler, Texas. The latest one being a power line is down on top of a car near the intersection of Kinsey Drive and Loop 323. We also have another report in Bullard, Texas, of a storm spotter report of trees down near 344 and 346 in Teaselsville, Texas. And we also have another damage report back over now Mount Vernon, Texas, of either 1-inch tree limbs being broken or shingles blown off a roof. So there are lots of damage reports coming out. And also in Ada, Oklahoma, at about 5:15 this morning, there were multiple reports of significant damage around Ada, especially across the southern part of town. Time is estimated by radar, and that's from a tornado. So there was a tornado there. From what I'm seeing, there are at least a few tornadoes confirmed from last night's storms. At least one in Louisville, possibly one in Irving, Texas, one in Ada, Texas. We've had a ton of damage reports coming in. And again, whenever we get photos of any of this, if I'm able to show you guys, I will obviously show you guys. But at the minimum, we'll definitely have something posted on Twitter. Which is, again, at Max Velocity WX. I am retweeting some photos on Twitter right now at Max Velocity WX of the tornado damage from last night's storms in Louisville. Latest radar scan has come in, and we are still looking at broad rotation approaching Texarkana, and we also still have rotation back over near Maud. This one, honestly, is a little bit more concerning to me. This one has a little bit more of a hook and a little bit more of an inflow notch just southeast of Maud, moving in the direction of Interstate 49 and then towards Louisville and Garland, back over in southwestern Arkansas. And we still have many storms that are just south of those tornado warnings that have no tornado warning as of right now, but we do have some broad circulation. Definitely could see a QLCS tornado threat evolve at any time here. Embedded tornadoes in this line of thunderstorms that'll happen quick is still a possibility. And we have a bit of an interesting storm still out in front of the line near Marshall. This one's a little bit more of a discrete cell that looks a bit more elevated via radar, but if this does become more surface-based, the tornado threat could definitely increase. And then back over near Overton, the rotation has been a little bit on the stronger side of things, but is continuing to move in the direction of the south side of Longview and just north of Henderson in Texas. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are in any of these pink polygons. And two cameras bottom left of your screen. Those ones are going to be in Texarkana, so we'll definitely see what happens there here in the next few minutes. Tornado warning was just updated on Rusk and Gregg counties in Texas. It is still radar indicated. Power line down off in Plano, Texas, off Parker Road. Wow, I didn't realize how many reports we had in DFW. We even had an 82-mile-per-hour wind gust reported in Hebron, Texas at 5:30 this morning. Roof damage in Plano West Senior High. That's a high school at 5:30 in the morning. I'm gonna be honest, like, obviously last night I know many people were saying bust, and I said, like, hold on, like, overnight hours are gonna be crazy probably. Unfortunately they were, and I mean, there's no way that yesterday was even remotely close to being quote-unquote a bust after all this stuff that we've seen coming out of this. It took a long time, and again, unfortunately I just planned it bad. I just did not go live at the correct time. I should have gone to bed at like 10 or something, and then, you know, gotten up early, but I wanted to make sure I was still here even if a tornado threat got crazy in western Oklahoma or even in central Oklahoma. So it was a tough thing to forecast. We went live basically at the wrong time. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning for Miller, Sevier, Little River, Howard, and Nevada counties in Arkansas, and as well as Marion, Cass counties in Texas. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, which is this yellow polygon here, and as well as the potential for an isolated tornado. They do have a tornado possible label on this segment of thunderstorm activity heading towards Hope and I-30, eventually going towards Prescott. Make sure that you're staying away from windows if you are anywhere in that severe thunderstorm warning as these storms do approach. Latest radar scan is again showing broader rotation over Texarkana. We're going to go full cam to Texarkana in a moment to see if we can see anything. Again, it doesn't mean we don't have a tornado here, just not as definitive of anything on radar. And the tornado warning just south of Texarkana has been canceled, so we no longer have a tornado warning in effect north of Minden near Queen City, Texas. But again, we still have rotation, still a chance that we get a tornado as this continues to move east, and we still have rotation back further down to the south near Marshall and Jefferson. May get a tornado warning here shortly near Hallsville if this rotation continues to intensify. That is moving towards Marshall, Texas, and Route 59. And the rotations become a lot more messy over the last few minutes near Kilgore, Texas, south of Longview. But we still have several storms developing right now in East Texas, and I would anticipate that we're going to see more tornado warnings soon in this area as storms are continuing to organize, moving northeast. Instability is once again growing as daylight heating is going to start to kick back up again as we are now past sunrise. They have just updated the tornado warning for Texarkana, so this one's going to continue. So they're not going to cancel this one. For now, it is going to continue if you are in Texarkana. I keep saying Texarkana, Nash, or Ashdown. Sorry, guys. It's very early for me. I got like 4 hours of sleep. Texarkana, Nash, I-30, still included in this tornado warning. That warning will not be canceled for now. Again, this is a live shot right now in Texarkana. Let me move the text here. A bit off-centered. There we go. Thank you, Dylan, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Also, thank you, Ashley, for the super chat. Good morning, Cheese Curd in chat. My brother is in Texas, so appreciated the coverage. Yeah, these storms, again, have been crazy. I'm going to say it a bunch, but unfortunately, I just went live at the wrong time. Thank you, Preston, for the super chat. Grab some coffee and some donuts. It's going to be a long day. It will be a very long afternoon as well. I would anticipate that we are either live for the next 12 hours or we do 2 different live streams. Because it's going to be a very long day with what we've already seen and what is to come. I would anticipate that we are going to be talking about a very long live stream. Either that or at least a long afternoon live stream. Shout out to Trisha with the 5 gifted memberships. W's in the chat for Trisha. Keep in mind, by the way, this isn't the only area that we're talking about for severe weather today. We do have severe weather still in play further north, back up near Fort Smith, for example. Let me go full radar here just so you have a better view of what's happening over up here. So this is what we're looking at across the Oklahoma and Arkansas border. Definitely not seeing a whole lot of rotation, but there is at least some very broad circulation on the leading edge of this line of storms. The line is a little bit more intense up near Fort Smith, but even then the rotation is very broad as of right now. Tornado risk is still in play if you're back up here in western Arkansas over the next few hours, and also in your Fayetteville. Definitely a little bit of rotation, some gusty winds on the leading edge of this line. Right now, Missouri is not that concerning, but we will have a tornado risk ramping up as we go into the afternoon with a cold core tornado setup that's going to try to transpire between Joplin, Springfield, and Ozark, and also east of Miami. So definitely make sure if you're anywhere here in southwest Missouri that you are staying weather aware this afternoon. This morning's not nearly as concerning. It's mostly rain, localized flooding obviously being a possibility, but your tornado risk is more geared towards this afternoon. The Vortex for the 8 months and Preston for the 4 months. If you are just tuning in, which many of you are, again, we have a tornado warning in effect near Texarkana, Texas, moving into Arkansas over the next few minutes. Cameras bottom left and bottom middle of your screen are both in Texarkana. We're going to go full cam to them here in a moment once this line is moving through. And then south of Longview, Texas, we have a tornado warning in effect. I honestly think this one's going to be canceled in a few minutes. Our concern is actually starting to ramp up now near Marshall, Texas. Rotation is becoming together right now near Marshall and Scottsville. So we will likely get a tornado warning on this, as it is a bit more of a discrete cell near Marshall. This one, in my opinion, has the potential of a strong tornado if it ends up ramping up over the next few minutes. Rotation is beginning to intensify, a lot more lightning as well near Marshall. The only problem with this storm would be the line of storms approaching out of the west. But this storm definitely has the potential for a tornado here shortly near I-20. Just on the south side of Marshall, again, going towards Scottsville in Texas. Do we have any chasers on the ground? I don't think I have any chasers out there yet. We should at some point. I know Brandon Kopic will be out there later today. And aside from Brandon, I don't know how many storm chasers are actually covering the deep south tornado risk today, because again, a lot of people really opted into the Oklahoma risk last night, and this morning obviously turned out to be a much bigger event than most people expected. And I mean, I don't know if there's really been any chasers out there. Very, very minimal amount of storm chasers out there over the last several hours, and I don't think many are chasing this setup today. Because I know Storm Media, which we use quite often, and Ben Williams are going towards the blizzard threat tonight in Kansas and Missouri, and possibly the cold core tornado setup later today. So if that cold core tornado setup actually ends up panning out, then they will be on that. Tornado warning has just been canceled south of Longview. I'm really watching this storm near Marshall right now for a possible tornado threat over the next several minutes. Just waiting for the next radar scan. But rotation's been intensifying over the last several minutes.
A new tornado,
brand new tornado warning. We
issued.
were talking about this storm several minutes ago, and it has now been tornado warned. That is for Scottsville, Marshall, and Oil City here in East Texas and western Louisiana. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, brand new tornado warning just to the west of Shreveport, moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. This is going towards Oil City. Please make sure that you are in your safe place. Marshall, Texas is actually included in this tornado warning. Let me get some details here real quick on this. The storm definitely has a hook echo. Waiting for the velocity scan. Rotation is still there. It's not tight yet, but definitely is not far from producing a tornado. The line of storms behind it is catching up, and it's about to all merge together. So we'll see how that merger plays out. Sometimes storm mergers do increase the tornado risk. This one might as well. It's able to maintain its shape here. Texarkana is still in a tornado warning. Actually, let's go to Texarkana real quick. Storms are moving through right now. This is a live shot in Texarkana. You can see the wind picking up in this tornado warning. See if we can see anything here over the next couple minutes. We can't rule out a rain-wrapped tornado of some sorts with a storm like this. Thank you, Lucifer, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Corey Gherkin is going to be out here. So we will have Corey Gherkin on our stream here soon. He is currently back over near Shreveport. So for those that are wondering about chasers, he will be live, I think, at some point here soon. Thank you, Darren, also for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. This is again live in Texarkana right now inside of the tornado warning. Wind is definitely picking up. 60-mile-per-hour winds likely here. See if we can see any sort of change of direction of the wind, but the wind is staying strong here for about a minute now. I heard some apartment take damage in Irving. I have seen that. Yeah, damage reported in Louisville, Irving, an apartment building. I think a Plano high school was damaged. And Ada had tornado damage. We had some recent tornado damage west of New Boston. Thank you, Jakers, for becoming a member. Wind's still staying strong here. I haven't seen a change in direction. We may have missed it unless it happened, like, I had the camera on this entire time, but it looks very much like straight line damaging winds right now moving through Texarkana. From what we're seeing on this camera. Now, obviously, this is one camera. There's a, you know, Texarkana is a very large city, so we could be talking about a tornado elsewhere, but the winds have been very straight line here, at least at this particular camera location. Right around 50 to 65 mile per hour winds. Which, for the record, this is definitely a storm that did produce a tornado about an hour ago. Wind is still going. It looks like we are starting to catch the tail end, maybe, of this wind bag that's moving through, but the wind is actually picking up again. Saw a flash of lightning there a second ago. Going to go back to live radar. We'll have that bottom left. A couple, actually, wait 1 second. Let me go to, let's go to the other Texarkana camera. This is another view. You can actually see the wind a little bit better on this one. There was a flash of lightning by the looks of it. I don't think that was a power flash. It's actually a better view, though, of the wind. See the rain curtains and the wind blowing right to left here. Thank you, Susan, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Tricky, for becoming a member. Bottom right of your screen is that rotation in Marshall right now. Has not tightened yet. We are watching that closely. The camera is now moving. Definitely just looks like mostly wind, though, here that moved through Texarkana. But obviously, stay in your safe place as long as this tornado warning's in place, which currently it goes for another 4 minutes. So 4 more minutes until you can get out of your safe place if you're in Texarkana. Definitely mainly a wind threat from what we were seeing, but can't rule out a tornado. Back over near Scottsville and east of Marshall, we have rotation that is attempting to ramp up right now. We have a hook echo on this storm and a strong inflow. Again, this storm is much more concerning. This is the type of storm that could produce a strong tornado. It's going to be moving into Scottsville, Texas over the next few minutes, and then we'll eventually go towards Oil City. If you are in Scottsville, a couple areas that are in the path of this includes the Scottsville Cemetery, which was, by the way, built in 1861, and the Wiseman Center, which is an antique shop in Scottsville, and it also has a flea market. So, fun fact. But the rotation is now over the east side of Marshall, and we'll be moving into Scottsville here over the next few minutes. See what Oil City, Louisiana has as well. This tornado warning also includes Caddo Parish, Marion County, Texas, and Harrison County, Texas. Thank you, Cassie, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't even eaten breakfast yet, so that'll probably come in handy. Appreciate the super chat. I literally woke up, saw the storms. I was like, all right, I guess we're going live again. So here we go again. We are live once again. Also, Oil City, which is a location that's coming up in this tornado warning. The Louisiana State Oil and Gas Museum is in the track of this, in addition to Earl G. Williamson Park, which is a local park near Caddo Lake, which Caddo Lake is right here, by the way, that is in the path of this particular storm. Again, as a reminder, seek shelter, move to an interior room, on the lowest floor of a sturdy building and avoid windows if you're in this warning. If you're in a mobile home, you should be going to a sturdy structure or a storm shelter if you're in this warning. Even if there isn't a tornado, damaging winds can cause damage to mobile homes. And then I'm assuming there are not many outdoor activities happening right now, but those should not be happening if you are in this area. Is Lubbock, Texas in the clear for a while? You are in the clear for a while. Yeah, I don't expect anything crazy for the next, like, 5 or 6 days. Aside from fire weather is elevated in Texas today. Tornado warning will be expiring in a minute back up near I-30 near Texarkana. Still a little bit of lightning here, but mainly a wind risk. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning that we have in place is for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour in western Arkansas near Hope. So, again, the good news right now is that the tornado risk is a little bit lower for the time being up here. But definitely still something we need to keep a close eye on. And also back up into Arkansas, very weak rotation north of Fort Smith. Keeping a close eye on that. Our greatest concern right now is beginning to ramp up in East Texas and western Louisiana. And we do have a tight area of rotation now near Scottsville in Texas. So rotation's tightened up. Tornado could drop at any time. Near Scottsville, Texas. It'll be approaching Lay and Latex along the border. And we also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Shreveport, Benton, Houghton, Spring Hill, Vivian, Interstate 49 near Benton, all included in this new severe thunderstorm warning. That is for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. The hail threat is less than the size of quarters. Late Texas is also about to be... Or we actually got a new radar scan coming in, so we'll see what it looks like. But Late Texas is about to have that rotation overhead here in the next couple of minutes. So a couple areas in Late Texas include the Toich Baptist Church, St. Paul's Church as well, and then Mimosa Hall are in the path of in this area of rotation, which right now looks a little bit broader on the last scan. We actually have a couple areas of rotation. Got one southeast of Marshall and the other one over Scottsville. So a couple areas of circulation right now that are moving to the east-northeast, on track for the Caddo Parish in western Louisiana like Oil City. And we also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Lufkin, Texas. We have severe thunderstorm warnings right now spreading a very large area. This spreads across 350 miles north to south. It goes all the way almost from Houston back into almost northwestern Arkansas. That is something else. Tons of severe thunderstorm warnings this morning here across the board. Thank you, Trey, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Also, thank you, Bear Mom, for becoming a moderate velocity member. How's everybody doing this morning? Hopefully everybody had a decent night's sleep. You guys did not watch our live stream last night. We were live until about 1 a.m. Stayed up on standby for a little bit after that. Went to bed at about 4. So I went to bed at 4 a.m. Got up at about 9 a.m. or so. So we had about 4 or 5 hours of sleep, somewhere in that range. And now we're live. And we'll probably be live most of today. I honestly, I don't know how long this live stream will be, but it might be 12 hours. Like, we might be live here for the next 12 hours with severe weather coverage. If we're not live for the next 12 hours, we'll be live at least twice today. This would be one stream, and then we'll have another one later today, depending on how things go here. But this severe threat does not look like it's winding down anytime soon. I think we'll be live for a while. Latest radar scan has just come in. Rotation is once again intensifying over Scottsville, Texas, approaching Loda and Lay. Approaching a couple of different churches that are in Lay, in addition to the, I think it was the Mimosa Park, if I'm not mistaken. Mimosa Hall. So Mimosa Hall is also in the path of this. Morning Sport and Oil City, Louisiana will be in the track of this as well over the next 15 to 20 minutes. No tornado debris signature as of right now, but we're keeping a close eye on that. And then we have a little bit of rotation still just south of Marshall. And then off to the north of Marshall, between that and Texarkana, there is some broad rotation on the leading edge of this line of thunderstorms. But it's mainly damaging winds for the time being. Hey, Richard for the super chat. If you are in morning sports, some of the areas included in this tornado warning include the Caddo Lake Drawbridge, by the Lake Park, which is a small park overlooking Caddo Lake. And then we also have the Morning Sport Mini Museum, which shows a rich history of the town and the surrounding region. A couple more locations that are in the track of this particular tornado warning cell. Of another radar scan in a moment. Rotation again right over Scottsville. Thank you, Alan, for becoming a member. If you guys do see any photos or videos of tornado damage from last night on Twitter, please at me at MaxVelocityWX. I'm going to be trying my best to post a lot of that stuff on Twitter. We had some major tornado damage last night. Again, if you are just tuning in and thought last night's tornado threat ended up being a bust, it didn't. I mean, last night maybe, like in Oklahoma, but like once we got closer to 2 to 5 a.m., I mentioned them multiple times they would probably see multiple tornado warnings and whatnot last night. Unfortunately, it transpired. I mean, we had a bunch of tornadoes last night. We don't know the exact number since it's obviously early into the day, and we don't have any tornado damage surveys quite yet that have come in. But let me double check and see how many reports we had. If I had to guess, we probably had around a dozen tornadoes just last night, last night into early this morning, that have transpired from this line of storms. We've had at least one damage report that was tornado driven back up near Ada, but we've had multiple areas like Lewisville, Texas, Irving, and Plano, Texas have significant damage that were likely from tornadoes. But we had multiple reports of significant damage in Ada, on the south side of the town mainly, and we've had many reports of 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, including areas like Decatur, Texas, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, which uprooted a 2-foot tree, and then an 82-mile-per-hour wind gust back over in Hebron, Texas, and many damage reports that were both correlated to both either a tornado or wind damage. So this morning was very busy. Unfortunately, I was not able to go live again. I was literally sleeping. We went live very late last night, and I kind of regret doing that. We really should have gone live in the morning, but you know, you live and you learn. It's hard to time overnight threats. And yeah, it definitely really took off around 4 and 5 a.m. this morning. Did Max sleep? I got sleep. If I didn't get sleep, I would have been live like 2 hours ago. All right, new radar scans coming in. We'll see what the storm looks like. Again, tornado warning is in effect right now for Oil City and east of Marshall. And I think we are going to have more views coming up here soon. Let me see what Leesville, Louisiana looks like. Once my program unfreezes. And velocities have bugged. We'll wait a second. This is the scan from about 6 minutes ago, so just waiting for the new scan to come in. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning down near Houston, Texas. So I mentioned this a moment ago, but we have warnings that are stretching about 350 miles north to south. We're now up to 400 miles of continuous severe thunderstorm warnings from Arkansas all the way back into southeast Texas. You do not see this very often. This is not something that is overly common. And so we have a very large area of severe thunderstorm warnings. This one's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds on the north side of Houston. And it breaks up a little bit here further to the north near Lufkin. But the severe weather threat is definitely still there even further to the north. Mainly a wind threat. A little bit more scattered in nature. Okay, Leesville, for some reason, I do not have on here. Maybe I don't have that one. No, I do. Okay. I'm trying to get another camera up on here because we will have another place in Louisiana coming up here soon. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to add this real quick. This is Leesville, Louisiana. Okay, so we got Leesville, Louisiana. I'm going to put that bottom middle of your screen. That'll be an area coming up here soon in Louisiana for this line of thunderstorms. Thank you, Escrow, for the super chat. When can we expect severe weather in northern Georgia? That's not really going to be until like very late tonight into early tomorrow morning. I mean, we're talking probably after 9 or 10 o'clock tonight if you actually see severe weather. And just for reference, I haven't showed this yet. We've been busy with all the tornado warnings, but we do have an enhanced risk of severe weather. It's a very large area. We're already in it right now. And this is going to go all the way to southern Alabama. We're really talking about a severe weather threat from now all the way through about 7 p.m. tonight. Across Alabama, Florida, Mississippi, even into very extreme southwestern Georgia, Louisiana. I personally think our greatest risk of severe weather for tornadoes will be in this area, right along the Gulf Coast between New Orleans back through Mobile. But we do have a risk of severe weather, even including, northern Georgia, for example. It's not a very significant threat, but we may see a tornado out of that. So, very low risk, but generally speaking, I'm not too concerned about northern Georgia. I am going to be retweeting a video on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. It is of tornado damage, or likely tornado damage, in Irving, Texas. You can check that out on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. More tornado damage coming out of the DFW area. Does this man ever sleep? The last few days, the sleep has not been there. Not last few days. It's really been today and yesterday. We've had a really weird sleep schedule. For those that are wondering, the last like 4 or 5 days, I've gone to bed at 11, gotten up at 7 a.m., and made a video at like 7 or whatnot. And yesterday, I did the same thing. Got up at 7 a.m. I also took a 2-hour nap from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. We went live around 10-ish or so. And then we're live until like 1. And then after that, this morning, I went to bed at 4 a.m., got up at about 8:30 or 9, and now I'm back up. So I don't know what tonight is going to bring for me when it comes to my sleep schedule, but there's a good chance I'll be sleeping at like 9 p.m. tonight. It's been that kind of last few days. So the sleep schedule's been pretty terrible. That's what happens, though, with these severe weather threats. And we might even be live tomorrow. So if we're live tomorrow, I mean, that's more geared towards the lunchtime hours and after that. If we're live tomorrow, that'll be much later into the day at least, so I'll be able to get sleep. Will I be covering the blizzard? If we're still live and the blizzard's happening, we'll be live covering it. I mean, the blizzard's going to ramp up around about 4 to 6 p.m. or so tonight, so pretty good chance we'll be live at least for some of it. Still have a tornado warning in effect, and we have another one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So brand new tornado warning has just been issued. That's for Harrison and Caddo counties in Louisiana. This is, I believe, going to be this right here near Blanchard. I think they've just issued a new tornado warning for this area of rotation. Once it pops up, you'll see. This storm's moving east at about 50 miles per hour. But this is the basically same exact county. So I think they're just issuing a new tornado warning for this, heading towards Blanchard, Louisiana. It would be best if you are either in Harrison or Caddo parishes, Harrison County, Texas, or Caddo Parish in Louisiana, to be in your safe place, away from windows and lowest floor possible. As we have dangerous storms moving through, we have rotation back up near Oil City right now, and then another couplet just to the west of Blanchard. Where's the blizzard expected? From about Kansas City back into the upper Midwest. Kansas City has a risk of tornadoes this afternoon, and then 3 hours later, it'll be snowing. Pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, I gotta see. I don't know if my alert system has changed. The warnings are just not coming in. All right. All right, there it is. Shreveport's actually in this tornado warning. All right, so sorry guys, I don't know why the warnings are taking forever to come in for some reason, but Shreveport, Louisiana, Blanchard, and Highway 169, you are all included in this tornado warning. It is, again, radar indicated rotation. Our strongest rotation is just to the west of Blanchard. So please seek shelter if you are in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. We will have some cameras coming up in Shreveport too. I'm keeping a close eye on those. Also, for Blanchard, a few areas that are in the track of a possible tornado include the Walters B. Jacobs Memorial Nature Park, Jubilee Zoo, and as well as China Walk Buffet in Blanchard, Louisiana. And then obviously Shreveport is huge. But there will be plenty of places coming up in Shreveport, which we'll have on, we'll give you some call-outs here in a second. All right, latest radar scans coming in. We'll see what the velocities look like here in a second. Shreveport is very populated, by the way. If you know any friends or family in Shreveport, Louisiana, please make sure that they are aware of a possible tornado that'll be heading in their direction here over the next several minutes. This rotation has been pretty strong. This at one point was a discrete cell. It merged with the line of thunderstorms and is capable of producing a tornado. Going to be moving into Blanchard as well here over the next few minutes. This is the rotation. It is now right along the Texas and Louisiana border. We don't have a debris signature as of yet. It'll be moving into Longwood, Louisiana, and eventually towards Hidden Harbor Estates, Gas Center, and North Highlands, just to the north of I-20. And then we also have rotation back over near Mooringsport, near Oil City. That'll be moving towards Belcher, Haiti, and Cabot, just to the south of Plain Dealing, approaching Benton over the next 15 to 20 minutes. If I had to guess, we'll probably get a new tornado warning on that rotation as long as it continues. This tornado warning that was just issued for Shreveport includes a population of 50,000 people. So there's obviously a lot of people inside of this tornado warning. I want to quickly show you guys this. This is pretty crazy. This is our watches and warnings map right now across the United States. This is just unbelievable. We have so many different watches and warnings. All of the red are blizzard warnings, which include Kansas City, back into Minnesota. We even have some back over in Nebraska, and that's mainly in western Nebraska. Winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings. We have like flood watches in effect. We have high wind warnings and watches in a bunch of different areas. Red flag warnings in effect. High wind advisories, or wind advisories, excuse me, in effect. Severe thunderstorm watches, tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. It's absolutely madness right now across the country. We have almost about 50% of the country in some sort of watch or warning for weather. And I would anticipate that we'll have some more wind advisories expanding further east later today in parts of Ohio and Indiana. But this map is very colorful. There are a lot of watches and warnings in effect right now. We may have a tornado in progress. I can't confirm it yet. The couplet was pretty tight a second ago. I just saw it pop up, but the latest scan shows a tight couplet just south of Ship. So there may be a tornado here. Can't yet confirm it because the radar just went back in time. Once it goes back to live, might have something there. One of the damages that was damaged from the tornado in Louisville, Texas, was a distribution center, which was, again, a tornado that happened around 5 a.m. this morning. Another radar scan here in a second. We'll go back to 3 cams. Hey, SkyTour for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. All right, we got a new Velocity scan coming in. Let me see if we have we have Shreveport cameras. I'm just trying to find one that actually has a decent view. And I think Corey Gherkin is going to be live here soon. Is Corey live yet? Or is he going to be live here in a few minutes? Because I'm pretty sure he is in Shreveport. Let me see when Corey's going live. Corey would really have our best shot of anything. The latest scan shows our strongest rotation out over Longview, Louisiana. And rotation's a bit broader now near Mooringsport. Continue to stay in your safe place, though, if you're in that tornado warning. If you know any friends or family in Shreveport, definitely make sure that they're aware of this situation. Tornado is possible as this continues to move east. Corey is scheduled for 12. I'm not sure if he's going to be going live for this. I thought he was in Shreveport. I thought I saw his tweet. Correlation coefficient has not been updating, but you can see here just a moment ago, this was as of 4 minutes ago, we had a tight couplet over the west side of Longview, so we may have had a tornado there a few minutes ago, and now going towards Shreveport, that will probably continue to stay strong. So a tornado continues to be a possibility. And if you're in Blanchard or Shreveport, make sure that you're getting to your safe place. Station's on the stronger side of things right now, and you're approaching Blanchard, Louisiana. This is again in Caddo Parish in Louisiana now, outside of Texas. Thank you, Savvy, for the super chat. It is windy. Thank you. Yes, it is. It's very windy in the United States today. Almost everybody east of the Rockies is dealing with high winds. Just about everybody. So it is definitely on the windy side. Tornado warning has been updated. It is still radar indicated. So just an FYI, it is still radar indicated for this tornado warning. Has not been confirmed yet. We have another radar scan coming in right now. As a reminder, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings that were continuously stretching 400 miles from Fort Smith, Arkansas, back towards Houston. That has shrunk down a little bit because we no longer have a severe warning west of Hot Springs. But we still have a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings that are active. And I don't know if I'm seeing a debris signature yet. Velocities haven't updated. We have a tornado right now. It'd be over near Ship in Louisiana, just west of Hidden Harbor Estates. Just waiting for a radar scan here. Nothing clear on... Okay, so the velocity is not really showing anything definitively for a tornado here either. But our rotation is currently located over the west side of Blanchard. We'll be approaching North Highlands and Indian Hills Estates over the next few minutes here in northwestern Louisiana. Bottom left of your screen is a camera now over in Shreveport. I'm honestly still looking for a better one, though. It just froze there, but I'm still looking for a better one. I'm not sure if there's a better traffic camera in Louisiana that might have a more aerial view. Actually, I think I just found one. All right, this one should be a bit better. Actually, we got a couple. So that's one of them. Okay. Yeah, there's plenty on I-20. I was trying to get one that had a bit more of an aerial view that can see the clouds a little bit better. That's one of them. We have also another. There's also another one coming up on South Lakeshore Drive, which is near the bridge. So. Our Hook Echo right now is right over the southeast side of Ship. We'll be moving into Blanchard here over the next couple of minutes. For those in Blanchard, it is approaching the Walter B. Jacobs Memorial Nature Park, Jubilee Zoo, and China Walk Buffet. And then if you're in Shreveport, here are some of the many locations that are in the track currently of this possible tornado. Again, this is, if you're in the tornado warning, essentially, these are some of the locations in it. It includes the Shreveport Auditorium, the Sci-Port Discovery Center, Louisiana Boardwalk Outlets, Shreveport Aquarium, Red River District, R.W. Norton Gallery, Straw's Eat Shop, Sam's Town Hotel and Gambling Hall, Holy Trinity Catholic Church, and also Caddo Parish Confederate Monument. You guys are all currently, if you're in that general vicinity, you are either inside of the tornado warning or just on the edge of it right now in Louisiana. We have a new radar scan coming in. I'm going to wait for this. Did it just get updated? Oh, we have a confirmed tornado. I don't know how I missed that. My apologies, guys. I don't know how I missed that. This has actually been upgraded to confirmed as of 4 minutes ago. So we now officially have a confirmed tornado with this, which I'm guessing was when we had that tight couplet back over near ship. The CC radar currently does not show anything definitive. Wait for velocities to update. This is now a confirmed tornado, so if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter. I'm guessing this had to have been when we had that tight couplet over near ship. The rotation is, again, a bit broader now in the last few scans. But make sure that you are in your safe place, just in case that this is in progress right now. If we have a tornado, it would be located near Blanchard, approaching I-49, and then eventually going towards the north side of Shreveport. Thank you, Ellen, for the super chat. This is a pretty dangerous storm. I mean, even if we didn't have a tornado, we are still talking about significant damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour that will be moving into this area. So this is definitely still a very significant segment of thunderstorm activity. And across the board, this is our most significant wind and tornado risk, is really in this segment here, which is going to be moving right along I-20 and also moving to central Louisiana over the next hour or so. Is this normal weather for these areas? This is pretty normal. Especially in March, April, and May for Louisiana and even East Texas. We have a lot of these events happen this time of the year. If you are just tuning in, again, this warning was updated. It is now a confirmed tornado near Blanchard. This was radar confirmed several minutes back. And it may still be in progress, so make sure that you are in your safe place if you are in this warning. If there is a tornado, it's over Blanchard right now, and we'll be moving towards I-49 over the next few minutes. And Northwoods is also in the track of this. Shreveport, Louisiana is really the biggest name that comes to mind in this area. That is what is included right now in this tornado warning. It's a very populated area. And so if you know any friends or family in Shreveport, just make sure that they are in their safe place right now, unless they are on the east side of town, which in that case, you have a little bit of time here. But I'll be getting to your safe place over the next few minutes, even if you are not currently in the tornado warning, as we are still talking about significant damaging winds, which could send trampolines flying. And we also could end up seeing some trees falling down, which could also fall into homes across the Shreveport area. Make sure that you're in your safe place. And I say flying trampolines. Many people actually think I'm kind of joking about the entire flying trampoline thing. But literally this morning, back over in North Texas, we've had people waking up to trampolines like this that are just legitimately flipped over or just in a random place that they shouldn't be in. So, all right, tornado warning has just been downgraded. It is no longer confirmed, so that lasted only about 5 minutes. That tornado, again, I think happened back near ship, and then it occluded pretty quickly. But we may still have a tornado on the ground at any time here, so make sure that you are in your safe place. Here's another trampoline that ended up on somebody's roof this morning in Texas. Today is tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday, by the way, so this is a very common occurrence on our Tuesdays. But this is literally a trampoline on somebody's roof. That is not supposed to be there, and that probably came from like a mile away, if I had to guess. So, pretty crazy stuff. And by the way, that is not photoshopped. That is a real photo. This is very common this time of the year. Believe it or not. Our flying trampoline meter for today, by the way, is a high risk. So make sure you hatch down your trampolines. Same as last night. High risk for flying trampolines tonight and today. This goes all the way through about 8 o'clock tonight. Here in the deep south and also into the southeast. Rotation's a bit broader right now over Blanchard. This is going to be approaching I-49 over the next several minutes. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. We have a significant damaging wind risk that is going to be moving right along I-20 over the next several minutes, going towards Shreveport. So even if we don't have a tornado, we are definitely talking about significant damaging winds. The northern tornado warning is about to expire. The tornado warning here for Caddo Parish, that includes Shreveport, goes for 15 more minutes until 9:30 Central Time. Surprised we're not at a gone forever stage yet. Honestly, North Texas should have at least been an extreme risk with what I'm seeing. North Texas had some crazy tornado damage from what I've seen, and also many flying trampolines reported. I may have some damage photos in a moment from the Louisville storm, so just give me a minute. I'll let you guys know. Because I know a lot of people are wondering about the damage back over in North Texas. We'll be talking more about that in detail here soon. Hey, Trisha, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities. Here's the latest radar scan. Our really only area of strong rotation is now over the east side of Blanchard, approaching North Highlands. This is just north of Gas Center on the northwest side of Shreveport. And make sure that you are in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. Rotation's mainly up here near Blanchard. Did I sleep? I got 4 hours of sleep. Somehow, some way. Shreveport, bottom left of your screen. Rain's picking up. Let's go to Shreveport real quick. That's what it looks like right now on I-20 in Shreveport. It's definitely a little bit hard to see what we're looking at here, but it looks like the wind is picking up, the rain's picking up. This is along the I-20 stretch. You can actually see the wind picking up bottom of your screen right now. Wind is definitely picking up right now. This is again on the, I think, west side of Shreveport, if I'm not mistaken. This is near Burt Cones, I think, on I-20. This particular storm is warned for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. You can kind of see the wind picking up as well. And again, the camera is blurry, just for reference. I know it looks blurry. That's not because of my end. It's just the traffic cameras in general. They don't have huge resolution numbers, but at least gives us an idea of what's happening out there. It's definitely pretty windy out there right now. Lucifer, main concern in St. Louis will be wind later this afternoon. It's a very low risk anyways for severe weather. Possibility for maybe a brief tornado from the cold core tornado setup. I'll have that camera bottom left. I'm actually going to change that camera to the other camera here. This is also in Shreveport. Bottom left of your screen, you can see the camera shaking a ton. The wind is picking up a lot right now across Shreveport. So we do have significant wind that is currently moving across this area up to 70 miles per hour. And we still, again, have rotation over the east side of Blanchard, approaching North Highlands. We'll be going towards Airline Park Estates here pretty soon. Rotation again is over the northwest side of Shreveport. No longer a confirmed tornado warning. It was confirmed a few minutes ago. Back down to radar indicated. Rotation on this storm. Box is wild. This is definitely an interesting tornado warning polygon, I've got to say. It looks very interesting. Not all tornado warnings are squares. Let's go full cam to this. This is in Shreveport right now on the bridge. The wind is picking up. Wow, look at this. This is in Shreveport right now. The wind is very strong. I mean, you know, I was talking a moment ago about how strong the winds are. This is definitely 70 miles per hour. We got high winds right now moving into Shreveport. This is live on I-20, or I-220, excuse me. The winds are very strong right now in Shreveport. This is not an underestimate of what I was just talking about. We have 70 mile per hour winds moving into Shreveport. You got to stay away from windows if you're in Shreveport. Even if we don't have a tornado, we have a significant burst of winds moving through right now. For reference, there is ocean water just beyond those trees right there. You can't even see it with how strong the winds are and as well as how much rain is falling. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. My goodness. Very high winds right now moving into Shreveport. Very high winds. I mean, we could even be talking upwards of 80 mile per hour wind gusts right now moving into Shreveport. And this is unbelievable. I can't believe the camera hasn't gone down yet. That semi-truck's gotta be careful. Wow, that was crazy. And also, the rotation is intensifying again near North Highlands. Bottom right of your screen. They have just issued a new tornado warning for that.
Been issued.
We may actually have a tornado dropping right now over North Highlands. This actually may have been... We may have a tornado developing right now, which actually this camera might have just been looking at with how strong the winds are. Bottom right of your screen, near North Highlands, rotations intensifying, approaching Airline Park Estates, going towards Dukedale and Bayou Bend. Make sure that you're in your safe place if you are in the new tornado warning, which is going to be for Bossier Parish in Louisiana. Here's another view in on I-220. The wind is seriously picking up here as well. We're going to go back to the 3-cam overlay. We'll have those bottom left and middle. Brand new tornado warning will pop up in a second. Again, strong rotation right now near North Highlands. This is currently moving to the east and east-northeast. It'll be going into Airline Park Estates over the next few minutes. Very high winds at the minimum, but we may have a tornado at any time with this segment of storms. Make sure that you are getting to your safe place immediately if you are anywhere really even in the severe thunderstorm warning. I mean, again, what we just saw was purely wind. That was not a tornado, so we are still talking about significant damaging winds right now in this line, and we now have a brand new tornado warning that has been issued. Again, this is going to be for I-220 and I-20 near Houghton, west of Doline, Brookhaven Estates, Mary Woods, Fillmore, Whitehurst, Foster's, Airline Park Estates, all included in this brand new tornado warning. Rotation is the strongest right now over the east side of 49 and just off to the north of Shreveport. So please get to your safe place immediately if you are in this tornado warning. Okay, I think we have a few more cameras coming up as well. Bottom left and bottom middle of your screen, those are live right now in and around the Shreveport area. You can see the wind blowing across the screen. It's not as clear as the last shot, but it's still very windy. Even if we went back to the other camera,
This is
there
an
you go.
urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we now have a confirmed tornado. So now this is a officially observed tornado in Bossier Parish, which is going to be on the north side of Shreveport. Again, if you are in this tornado warning, you've got to get to your safe place immediately. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. You need to go to a sturdy structure if you are in a mobile home. This storm is very dangerous. It's not just because of the potential for a tornado, but we also have significant damaging winds that are rolling across this entire area of Shreveport. We're talking about numerous to widespread damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour. So this is a significant storm that is currently moving through. So please make sure that you are getting to your safe place if you are anywhere in this tornado warning. Very dangerous storm right now moving through. My radar has not updated yet. I'm just waiting for it to update. The cameras are back up. They died for a second. They're back up. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna pull this up on my phone. I don't know why this radar's not refreshing. It hasn't actually refreshed anywhere, so the radar has not updated. The tornado itself, which this actually may have been a debris signature over North Highlands. The tornado would be approaching Bayou Bend and Airline Park Estates. It's probably already over those areas. The last time this radar updated was about 6 minutes ago. We may have even had a radar outage. Let's hope we didn't, but there's a possibility with how strong the winds have been over the last several minutes. This radar may have gone out. The radar is not updated in about 6 minutes now. The tornado would be going right over Airline Park Estates right now, and it will be approaching Brookhaven Estates within the next couple of minutes, and then eventually going towards Marywoods in Fillmore. All right, the radar has updated. That's good. All right, so the radar did not go out, but the radar was slow to update there for a second. If we still have a tornado, it's going to be right over Airline Park Estates. So if we still have a tornado, again, over Airline Park Estates in Louisiana. This is in Bossier Parish, Louisiana right now. Which, this is still a little old. But we did have I'm pretty sure that is a debris signature as of a few minutes ago over North Highlands. And so that tornado now would be over Airline Park Estates, and it's going to be moving into the Brookhaven Estates within the next 2 to 3 minutes. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in Brookhaven Estates. Some of the areas included in Brookhaven Estates include the Brookhaven Estates subdivision, the Airline High School, Pierre Boisier Mall, Walmart Supercenter is also in this tornado warning, Posa Dos Cafe, the Bossier Parish Community College, Mike Woods Park, the Bossier City Civic Center, and then also the Red River National Wildlife Refuge are included in this tornado warning. I'm not seeing any debris signature as of right now, but again, if we had a tornado, it would be over near Airline Park Estates. Further down to the south, mainly a wind threat as of right now, but we may start to see a tornado risk increase a bit near I-49 south of Shreveport. Got a new radar scan that just came in. We'll see what the velocities look like. What is going on? I mean, is it still that windy here? This is live. This camera we were looking at a little while ago in Shreveport, it is still looking pretty windy right now. This is on I-220. This is where we initially saw the winds upwards of 70 to 80 miles per hour. There's actually a lot of water on the bridge. You can see, look at those trucks going by. There's a ton of water on the bridge, and it is still windy here. Man, oh man. That's crazy. Bottom right of your screen, rotation is still strong over Brookhaven Estates. Approaching Marywoods over the next couple of minutes. Here's the velocities right now. Again, these are your winds going away from the radar, going towards the radar. Main area of rotations over the west side of Brookhaven Estates. They'll be approaching Marywoods in Fillmore, just off to the north of I-20 right now. Be a good idea if you are a truck driver to stay off the road here, or just pull over for a little bit, as a significant wind threat is currently transpiring. The warning that's out in front of Shreveport is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So I'm going to be honest, I think we saw 70-mile-per-hour winds easily in Shreveport only about 10 minutes ago or so. So it's still possible we could have some wind gusts as high as 70. But from what we know so far, it's been mostly straight line winds in Shreveport. As a reminder, if you have any friends or family in the track of these storms, feel free to share the stream with them, get the word out on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, whatever platform, or Messenger. Feel free to share the stream with them. Again, we'll be live here for probably a long time today. This could be a continuous 12-hour live stream, or we might split it up if the weather quiets down in like an hour or two. So it's going to be a pretty long, I think, next several hours. So make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. If you have any friends or family that are in the track of these storms, make sure to share the channel with them as well. Vend, we do often use other tilts. I haven't really been using them, but we do often use tilt 2, tilt 3. In my opinion, it's better though for discrete supercells. It can be useful for linear lines of thunderstorms, but with a bit more of a QLCS tornado threat transpiring right now, there's a little bit less of a usage for other tilts for at least this particular scenario. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. Winds are picking up a ton bottom left of your screen as well. That's also on I-20. That's off at the off-ramp near Shreveport. Some W's in the chat for Temple with the $50 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Little Rock should be mostly a wind risk. Very, very low tornado risk up there today. New radar scan, rotations over Brookhaven Estates now, approaching Marywoods. And we'll be going into Fillmore, going towards Goodwell over the next several minutes. Just for reference, we have many areas that we're talking about for severe weather. More than anything, we're now down to strong thunderstorms in Arkansas. These are no longer considered severe across most of the state. Let me just go full cam so you can see the entire line here. Again, mainly a wind risk as of right now, just some gusty winds along the leading edge of this line. There is really not enough instability here or enough clearing out in front of the line for there to be any tornadoes. Again, the warm sector is just, very small today, so the environment up here in Arkansas is not nearly as favorable for tornadoes, but we are still talking about gusty winds, and there is still a low tornado risk. It's not overly impressive as of right now. And then further over to the south into southwestern Arkansas, mainly damaging winds. We do have a couple areas of some broad rotation near Magnolia that'll be going towards Camden, Smackover, and El Dorado in southwestern Arkansas. And then further south, obviously, we have our tornado warning on the east side of Shreveport now, traveling right along Interstate 20, and then back over into Texas near Lufkin, and also back over near Woodville. Mainly a wind risk associated with this line. So damaging winds currently the main concern, but we may see a brief tornado somewhere down in here over the next couple of hours. The tornado warning has been downgraded. We are now back down to a normal tornado warning. So there's no longer any confirmed tornado here, but you should still be in your safe place, away from windows and lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. The, again, tornado warning has just been downgraded for Boise or Parish in Louisiana. I'm going to go full cam to this camera, which is now starting to see some of the impacts of this storm. This is just ramping up now, so we're kind of at the beginning stages of the wind picking up. This is also on the outside of Shreveport on I-220. The wind is picking up a little bit here. Should pick up a bit more here over the next couple minutes. Thank you, Waco, for the $5 super chat. When's the old intro coming back? Maybe for April Fool's Day. You think Memphis will be okay? Memphis will be mostly a wind threat. Thank you, Eric, for the super chat. Thank you, Aviation, for the super chat as well. I'm on I-20 west of Shreveport. It's really bad here. This has been a crazy last several minutes. And it looks like this camera may have just froze. Try to refresh it. But yeah, it's been a crazy last several minutes here. Really, the last hour or so have been crazy, but last 20-30 minutes in Shreveport were absolutely bananas. We had very high winds, and this is still continuing as a threat. I mean, we're still talking about significant damaging winds upwards of, 60 to even 70 miles per hour as this continues to move right along I-20. Definitely something you want to be taking seriously. Bottom left of your screen, that is in many Louisiana. We'll have storms approaching that area within the next hour. There's a HAZ cam that we have that will be showing you guys here over the next little while. We have multiple other cameras today, in addition to the ones that we usually use, for the HAZ cams. Give us a better perspective of what's happening in Louisiana, Mississippi, and even Alabama. Thank you, Gamer, for becoming a member. All right, latest radar scans coming in. We'll see what the velocities look like. Houghton is really the main location in this tornado warning. Vodcow Park, Marywoods, and Fillmore are also included. Some areas that are in Marywoods that could be hit by a possible tornado, or at least, damaging wind gusts here, include Maryville High School, the Maryville Museum. There's a Dollar General here, Maryville Town Hall, Maryville Community Park. They also have a cafe, library, post office, and there's also the volunteer fire department that are in the track of at least a damaging wind threat, but possible tornado risk here. The rotation's not been nearly as strong over the last few minutes. It's like right over the north side right now of Interstate 20. This will be going towards Dixie and Minden over the next several minutes. So make sure that you are staying in your safe place. This line of storms is still very impressive. We are still talking about a significant damaging wind risk around 60 to 70 miles per hour across this entire line. Definitely something that you're going to want to make sure that you're still taking very, very seriously. What's the Waffle House Index looking like? I don't think there's a Waffle House Index specifically for severe weather. I think it's more for hurricanes. All right, we have some photos. This is from Felipe from Texas this morning. Let me see. Trying to show you guys some photos. These are some of the damage photos that we had this morning back over in Texas. These were sent in by Felipe. This is in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. A lot of trees damaged, uprooted, snapped. Likely some tornado damage in here as well. There are going to be a lot of roofing jobs being done in Texas for sure. This is another photo. Significant damage. This is probably the worst one that we've seen so far. I'll get the exact location in a second, but this is in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. That is major damage, likely from a tornado again over in Dallas-Fort Worth. We had many storms this morning in DFW that were producing not just significant damaging winds, but also, tornadoes. So looks like a tree looks like some very large tree branches on top of a roof there. Some shingle damage as well. I won't show that. It was pretty minor. This is also a photo of a massive tree uprooted. That is a huge tree that was uprooted. I mean, that looks, I don't know how big that is, but like that's a huge hole that was just made into the ground. Wow. This is in Haltom City, Texas, by the way. Haltom City. And then this is another image. Again, a lot of tree damage. And then the last photo for now is this one as well. So, yeah, I mean, that's just crazy. A lot of tree damage, big trees uprooted. I mean, I can't believe this. This is a huge tree that was uprooted. Crazy stuff. And I mean, that's just a tip of the iceberg for the tornado damage that we had in Texas today. Like that's just a tip of the iceberg. I think we have more photos coming in, so I'll try to see if I can show you guys. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued back over in the Houston area. This includes Houston, Harris, Polk, Liberty, and Montgomery counties in Texas. There's also a tornado possible label on this. This is just north of Houston, north of Liberty. You are in this warning. Make sure to stay away from windows. And we also have another severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued. That is going to be in the same kind of area. That's going to be a little bit further north. Thank you, Carol, for the very generous $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Carol. Appreciate the generosity. Rotation's been a bit weaker over the last several minutes. The tornado warning goes for 20 more minutes. The wind threat is really the biggest concern right now. All right, we have more damage. This from Andrew over in, I already forgot the location. This is in Hazlet, Texas. So we're going to begin right off the bat with a trampoline that has been, tossed. Tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. That is right there, a tossing trampoline. Here is some more significant damage of a home over in Hazlet, a home that was being built, which these take more significant damage from wind events. That's pretty crazy. And this is just a full-blown collapsed building. I think this was also being built, but that is literally just a collapsed building that was also being built. So many homes here that were being built have been heavily damaged. Porta potty even tipped over right here. Crazy. And also, there are a lot of power lines down as well. A lot of power lines down as well in that area, which means obviously power outages currently in North Texas. Crazy stuff. Where is Leesville? Do I not have Leesville on here? All right. Any fatalities? I have not heard of anything confirmed yet. It's very early on still. I mean, a lot of these tornadoes happened in the last 4 to 5 hours. But there have been dozens and dozens of damage reports. Just dozens. Now, one thing I do kind of find unfortunate is that I did see a news station in DFW saying, or kind of underplaying the tornado risk last night. They really only mentioned the wind and hail threat. That's not really a good thing to do, because last night, I mean, there was a potential for tornadoes, and the threat was significant. I mean, you can literally see all the damage reports that we had. We were talking about this a lot yesterday. We talked about it in last night's live stream. Like, I think the overnight hours, DFW could get crazy, end up getting very crazy. It got crazier than I honestly anticipated. But we had a ton of damage, not just from wind, but we also had, I think, at least a couple of tornadoes, one of which was in the Louisville area. there was a structural collapse of a large warehouse over in Hebron. So, they literally didn't even mention really a potential for tornadoes. So that's not what you want to do, but it's not good communication, because last night ended up being, or I should really say more early this morning, ended up being a really significant severe weather event. And I'm not sure again how many tornadoes we've had so far. At the minimum, this morning was a severe weather outbreak, but it may have even been a tornado outbreak. So and we also had a 59-mile-per-hour wind gust at the National Weather Service observation tower there over in Shreveport as of 9:22 a.m., so about 22 minutes ago. We still have a tornado warning for Houghton here for another 16 minutes. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue here across this entire line, and this stretches from southern Arkansas back into southeast Texas. Damaging winds being the main concern. Tornado potential definitely going to continue. And I think I'm going to pull up Dickinson, Texas as well. Dickinson is back over near the Gulf Coast. That bottom middle of your screen. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We do live streams like this all the time. We'll probably be live a long time today. And also make sure to like the stream. Share the stream with friends and family that may be in the track of these storms. And we are going to be talking about severe weather all day long. This is going to continue all the way into really early tomorrow morning. Like, we're talking about basically 24 hours straight of severe weather. Is that a derecho? This isn't quite a derecho, I would say. But it is definitely a significant mesoscale convective system, which was also called an MCS. What is a derecho? It's basically a widespread swath of high winds across a large area. It's about 250 miles west-east, if it's moving west to east. The last derecho we had, I have to say, was back in July, if I'm not mistaken, right? I think July 15th was the last time we had a derecho. And then we also had one in Houston, Texas, back in May of 2024. I think we had at least two. We at least had two last year. So correct me if I'm wrong, but those are the last two we had. They're not very common. We only usually get, you know, a couple a year. It's usually 2 to maybe 3 a year at most. They've become a bit more common over the last 20 years, but they usually only, technically it's like an average of like 1 to 2 a year, but we've had multiple years in a row of like 2 to 3. Further down to the south, near Mansfield, I am starting to see a little hook trying to develop here, back over near I-49. Again, this is a bit more of a QLCS tornado risk that's going to be trying to develop here. It's going in the direction of Ringgold. You see, we don't have a great radar site back down near St. Augustine, but we may have a little bit of rotation in this line back over near St. Augustine and center in Texas. Just a little bit harder to see there. And then back over north of Houston, there is a little bit of rotation on this little cell east of North Cleveland. So very small little storm there, a little bit of rotation. That's going to be going northeast into a relatively rural area. But next in line with that would be really between Woodville and Lumberton near Route 69. So a little bit of rotation there. We'll have to keep a close eye on that. And they have now officially canceled the tornado warning. So we no longer have any tornado warnings in effect, which is good news for now. See how long that lasts. But for now, we no longer have any tornado warnings. As a reminder, if you have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, or you can message me on Facebook, which is North Texas Weather Center. Yeah, no tornadoes for now. So we got a small break in the action. See how long that lasts. But I do want to point this out again. This is a new thing to our stream that we'll have access to a lot more here over the next, really for the rest of severe weather season. These HAZ cams. This is a view here in Leesville, Louisiana. These are really high quality cameras that we have access to using here in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, many areas in the Southeast right now. And they're going to continue to expand their network, but this is just one of them. And so there is a lot of cool stuff we'll be able to do with these cameras, especially since these are in the tracks of storms and such. So this is definitely something that's going to be very helpful for severe weather coverage. And then this here is Manny, Louisiana, which is another beautiful view, by the way, on a bridge. So these will definitely be helpful for severe weather coverage in the near future. This is the first time we'll have access to using them. They'll be on the bottom of your screen. Manny is going to be getting hit by storms here within the next hour, so it should get pretty interesting there. Dickinson, Texas, which is bottom middle of your screen. That is back over just south of Houston, which we have some storms in the area. This is from Brian Allen on Twitter. He said, things are getting a little windy at work today. And I would have to agree. That's pretty windy. Pretty sure this is in the Shreveport area. That's pretty crazy. Shreveport again had around 60 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts from what we saw, so. Thank you to Michael for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Glad I can help. This is from O'Brien. This is some of the Louisville damage. I mean, we're talking about, this is from O'Brien on Facebook. Significant tornado damage back over in Louisville. Like, just major tornado damage. Which, again, we are assuming that this was a tornado, but this is just massive tornado damage. This is in Louisville, Texas, from around 5 a.m. this morning. Absolutely crazy. All right, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. This is going to include Gibbsland, Ringgold, Louisiana. That is for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And there is a tornado possible label on that. Should pop up here in a second. It's a slightly smaller severe thunderstorm warning. It's right along I-20. There is a potential here for a tornado. We do have a little bit of rotation, mainly along I-20. A little bit of rotation as well, kind of embedded in this segment west of Ringgold. Hey, if you have any photos or videos from the Louisville tornado or anything like that, you can add me on Twitter. I'm keeping a close eye on Twitter stuff. North Texas Weather Center on Facebook. You can also message me there. Those are the best ways to reach out. All this time, and I didn't know you had a Facebook page. We have Max Velocity on Facebook, which is really the main place for nationwide weather. But if you're in North Texas, we also have a page called North Texas Weather Center. So they canceled and ended Mardi Gras parades this morning because of the storms. That's what somebody just said in the chat. I'm not sure if that's true, but I wouldn't be surprised. This afternoon and evening will definitely be interesting. Let me show you guys the future radar here for today with the tornado risk as well. Let's pull up tornado parameter values. So this is what it looks like here. Later today. So this one looks like right about now. Our most significant tornado risk is going to be confined here to central southern Louisiana back towards the Gulf Coast. As we get closer to lunchtime, that tornado risk will continue and it will be increasing, I think, as we go into the afternoon hours here in eastern and central Louisiana, back into southern Mississippi. Eventually, right around 3 to 4 o'clock, this tornado risk is going to continue across southern Mississippi, eastern Louisiana, and this will eventually move into areas like Alabama. This is about 6 o'clock this evening. Again, the tornado parameter values are still very high here, so we have a lot of wind shear and enough instability. It's a very small warm sector, but so far from what we've seen, this looks like it's going to be an environment that is used up today. And then eventually, as we get closer to 9 to 10 o'clock tonight, the tornado risk will probably continue here along the Gulf Coast near Florida, and also back into southern Alabama. And then eventually, as we go into the overnight hours, the tornado risk is really starting to wind down. Here's a more zoomed out view of this tornado threat. We do have a cold core tornado setup this afternoon and into the early evening. Main time frame is from about 4 p.m. till about 9 p.m. here in Missouri and also far south and western parts of Illinois. We may have an isolated tornado threat, so definitely going to be something to keep close tabs on if you are in those areas. Let's go ahead and dive into the future radar. This is what it looks like right about now. So again, line of thunderstorms stretching across multiple states. This is right around 1 o'clock this afternoon. The tornado threat will start to increase once again back over in eastern Louisiana and southern Louisiana. By around 3 to 4 o'clock, the threat of severe weather continues to move towards Baton Rouge and Jackson. Potential for tornadoes will continue in these areas. A strong tornado risk will also exist. This is 5 to 6 o'clock. Notice how the line continues to move east. We also have the potential again for a cold core tornado setup back up near Springfield. So a tornado or two will be a possibility there in Louisiana, perhaps as far east as St. Louis and western Illinois. And eventually by 7 to 8 o'clock tonight, this is mostly a line of thunderstorms with damaging winds and a couple of tornadoes being a possibility into central southern Alabama, also moving towards the Florida coastline. And then overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, this line will be weakening as it moves in the direction of the east coast. And just for reference, this is what it looks like tomorrow. So line of thunderstorms will intensify late tomorrow morning in eastern North Carolina and Virginia. And then eventually this will move offshore around 3 to 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. More storms firing up in Pennsylvania, New York, and West Virginia around the middle of the afternoon tomorrow. Those will also have a potential for some short-term risk of damaging winds and also perhaps an isolated tornado. So definitely a long day ahead here, and as well as tomorrow. Tomorrow will be another busy day on the East Coast, with mainly a wind threat, but there will also be a potential for a few tornadoes. Let me see what we got here on Twitter. Apparently we have more photos coming in. Okay, I think we got some more photos. I'll let you guys know here in a second. Got a lot of damage photos coming in from these storms today already. It's only been about 6 or 7 hours since this threat of severe weather really ramped up. I do want to go back in time real quick. I think I can go back quite a bit here, because we were not live when this was all happening this morning. But like this, for example, is when the storms were moving through Dallas-Fort Worth. We had a significant line of thunderstorms moving through this area this morning. And again, the reason why I'm pointing this out is because we had significant storm activity here. I mean, we're talking about several tornadoes that happened in Dallas-Fort Worth. These are the velocities around that time frame. And we had a tornado possibly near Mansfield. We had one that was back up near Louisville, at least from what we've heard. And we even had a couplet back over east of Mansfield develop, and that, I believe, may have dropped a brief tornado, and that continued all the way towards Ferris. And then even back up near Plano, we may have had a tornado somewhere up in there. So even if there were not, even if all this was just wind damage and not tornadoes, I mean, we had major damage last night. I do think the Louisville storm was definitely a tornadic storm, because the damage looked like literally identical to what a tornado would do with how it ripped through a warehouse. It literally went like right through the middle of it. So, but yeah, we'll talk more about that probably later. We got a lot of photos coming in about those storms this morning. Thank you, Wayne, for the $10 super chat. Be safe, everybody. I appreciate that. Is Corey live? Where's Corey at? Might pull Corey up. Let me see where he's at first. He is in Minden, Louisiana. All right, we're going to put Corey back up on here. Corey is currently right along the line of thunderstorms, so we're going to have Corey Gherkin bottom middle of your screen. Actually, we're just going to go full cam to him. This is a pretty incredible view right now. This is Corey Gherkin. Load in a second. Maybe not. Maybe it won't load. All right, we'll go back to here, and then I'll go back to that in a second. Oh, it just went down. All right. Now it's back. Let's try it again. All right, I'm going to try to flip between a couple cameras here and see if that works. Corey, I think, started in Shreveport. I just think he had to get out in front of these storms. So here's Corey Gherkin right now. Back over in Minden. Give me 1 second. I need to get here. All right, I need to get Corey's audio on my end.
Woo!
Look at that wind. In Minden, Louisiana right now. This is live with Corey Gherkin. Right next to I-20. Where's Connor? He's on vacation.
You had one job. I like how there's a big storm coming in.
Did Corey just get blocked off by a truck? Alright, we'll come back to him in a second. Yeah, Corey's in Minden, and we actually have rotation ramping up right now over Minden. So there's rotation ramping up right along the interstate in Minden. We're going to go back to Corey, which Corey, I think, has a much better view of this now. If it loads. Why is it not loading? Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try to get his YouTube feed. All right, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
This is live right now in Minden. Winds are very strong here for sure.
Are you even going to be able to get out of logs?
My goodness, look at the wind.
I don't think so, because the semi leading this pack just stopped and blocked the road. Sounds like it's time for some PDF light bars.
Well, look at this. At the bottom right of your screen, we got a huge surge of wind going through Minden. That's what Corey's in right now.
60 to 70.
Looks like Corey's blocked in by a truck. Wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning on this at some point here in the near future. There is a little bit of rotation on the leading edge of this line, and the winds are really picking up here, obviously. Back to the 3-cam view. But right now, Minden, just south of Minden, we have very strong winds right along I-20. It's going to be moving towards Gibbsland and Arcadia. Makes it pretty dangerous, especially for truckers that are on the roadways. We're going to go back to Corey. He's now moving. Actually, I'm going to try this. All right, here's Corey. If his audio is too loud or too quiet, just let me know.
Ooh, power lines down.
So there are power lines actively down from this wind. Looks like there's a sign right there too on the road. This is literally just from straight line winds. Hey Salty from Come to Member, welcome to the Velocities.
Oh yeah.
So there's both a sign and power lines down in Minden from this surge of wind that has just moved through.
Get around it though. Friggin' send it off road, you got it.
I want to, but that's one heck of a drop off.
Or he's trying to get around this power line.
Yeah, I mean, you'll either have to do that or go the wrong way to get
Alright, we now have a tornado warning on this storm that has just been issued. So they have gone ahead and issued a tornado warning. This is east of Minden, near Athens, north of Arcadia. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. We now have a tornado warning that is in effect near Athens, Interstate 20, on the north side of Arcadia in Gippsland. The storm, literally, this is where Corey is right now. This literally just produced some power line damage. The power line's down. We have a sign on the road as well. This is currently tracking to the east-northeast. So make sure to get to your safe place immediately if you are in this warning. We're going to go back to Corey. And I got to fix my warning thing because for some reason it didn't go through. All right, there we go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So this is live. Corey Gherkin inside of this tornado warning in Minden, just outside of Minden, Louisiana right now. Going towards Athens, right along I-20. These are some treacherous conditions to be traveling in.
Minden, we got you. Just FYI, Corey just got impacted by that circulation. That's now tornado warning Louisiana on I-20. Where he took down some power line.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Corey is traveling east on Route 80, which is just north of the interstate. And so if that is the case, he would be in pretty good position here in a minute to see maybe an opening of that rotation. But the wind is so strong, and the wind is really hurting him getting there that quickly. The storm's moving east at about 45 miles per hour, so it's going to be hard to keep up with.
God dang, guys, what a way to start the stream. Gee.
Want to find a way around it yet, Corey?
Yeah, there's a door on the block. But there's like debris in the road and stuff too, so I wonder if that,
I think storm chasers deserve windshield wiper sponsors. All right. Thanks for your input. Storm chasers could get a lot of different utility sponsors that you would think. Wow, this rotation is really tightening right now.
You guys okay?
Bottom right of your screen near Langston, very strong rotation. Going towards Athens and eventually Sugar Creek.
Oh, golly gee willikers.
We may have a tornado dropping right now on this storm. That is really strong rotation. Corey continues to drive here. This is what it looks like on radar. We got very strong rotation. A strong tornado is definitely in play here. Moving towards Athens. The tornado warning even is not even really including the entire area where it might be impacting. Spring Lake, Tulip, Aycock, and just south of Lisbon are currently in the track of a possible tornado. That rotation, though, is really strong. The reflectivity is not updated, but the velocities are showing that really coming together right now. Again, Corey Gherkin is right in this area. Bottom middle of your screen. Sorry, there is a tornado warning. Or it says a tornado possible. Definitely could get a tornado, though, at any moment. Make sure that you're in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. East of Shreveport, north of Gippsland, north of Arcadia.
Yeah, we definitely had a tornado. There's a school bus.
Why is there a school bus off the road? What in the world happened?
Was anybody in the bus? Is everybody alright?
Alright, no, Ryan, the driveway they parked in.
Looks like there's a tree down in the middle of the road here from wind damage.
Here in Minden. What state are we in? Louisiana.
Oh yeah, that was definitely a tornado without a doubt. Looking at it on radar now too. If it wasn't a tornado when it was on top of you, it definitely was as soon as it passed. There's a nice couplet on radar. TDS loves intercept for the win as always.
Probably looks nasty.
Looks like Corey might be going around the tree, or maybe trying to... Yeah, it looks like he's going to try to go around the tree here. I'm not sure what that school bus was doing off the side of the road. I'm guessing it was just parked there. Didn't look like there was like an accident or anything.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this Mack tool truck thinks it's gonna do.
It's on the east side of Minden, Louisiana right now. Strong rotation once again approaching Athens, Louisiana. Tornado appears likely in the next couple minutes if it has not already dropped. Don't have any confirmation quite yet, though. And velocity is very strong right now, approaching Athens in Louisiana. This will be tracking towards Highway 146, just south of Lisbon. Long term, it's going towards Bernice, Dubach, and Ruston. And we also have rotation picking up now near Ringgold. A little couplet, it looked like on the leading edge here near Ringgold, or maybe there wasn't. That might have just been a radar glitch. Definitely have a little bit more rotation now south of Mansfield, Louisiana as well. A lot of stuff to watch for, but this is definitely the most concerning storm that we have right now. Radar just updated. Our hook echo is now over the west side of Athens. The rotation's honestly like on the north side of this warning right now. We have a tornado. It actually might end up dropping just outside of the warning near Highway 9, south of Homer. Rotation's a little bit further north. Go back to Corey, who again is on this tornado warning cell right now. And he is losing signal. We'll go back to him in a moment. We'll keep him bottom middle of your screen. His audio's too low? Alright, I'll fix it next time. We go on him. We do not have any debris signature as of right now. That's as of 2 minutes ago. So nothing confirmed yet via radar. Velocities are scanned behind here. The rotation's going to be located over the west side of Athens right now in Louisiana, moving east-northeast at about 45 miles per hour. The latest scan, again, rotation's going to be over Athens. Going towards Highway 146. Let me see Athens, Louisiana. All right, so Corey Gherkin is going back towards I-20, by the way. So he's going to try to get back on the interstate and get out in front of this because he got behind because of all the issues he was having with the trucks in the way and such. So, and the tree being down. Just an FYI, he is now going towards I-20 to get out in front of this line. Which, again, is moving very fast. This entire line is moving about 50 miles per hour west to east. It's a very fast-moving line of thunderstorms that we have. So in Athens, Louisiana, for those that are in the tornado warning right now, in Athens, some of the areas that are in the track of a possible tornado include the Athens High School, the Town Hall, the Baptist Church, Crossroads Store, Sharon's Cafe, Pleasure Point Marina, Crawfish Hole Number 2 Steak and Seafood, Bineville National Forest, the Claiborne Parish Library, and Lake Claiborne State Park are in the vicinity or inside of this tornado warning. So if you know any of those locations, make sure that you are into your safe place if you're in that general vicinity.
Yeah, thank you for the super chat.
Even if this doesn't drop a tornado, the winds will pack a punch. That is correct. The winds are very strong with this segment of storms. They have been strong for hours now. We had upwards of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts back over in Shreveport. We have the same sort of situation right now. Even back over near Athens.
Suspicious with all the debris that started flying out.
Corey's now getting back onto the interstate. We'll go back to him in a moment. This is the latest velocity scan. The rotation has weakened a little bit here over the last few minutes, but we still have a big surge of wind right now moving along the interstate and just north of I-20 near Athens, north of Arcadia, going towards Highway 146. It is still a radar-indicated tornado warning. They have just updated it. The rotation remains radar-indicated. No official confirmation, but we may have had a tornado a few moments ago when that rotation was tight, which on velocities... See if I can get velocities to work here. Like right here, we had very strong rotation about 5, 6, 7 minutes ago. So very possible that we did at least have a tornado there briefly. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for a large area. This is going to include Bernice, Farmersville, Ruston. That is for quarter-sized hail and damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. So a significant wind risk is unloading right now in northern Louisiana. And we are really going to have to start watching these storms further south as well, back over near Coast-Hada, right along the Texas-Louisiana border. I think the tornado risk is going to start to ramp up here pretty soon, back over along the border of Louisiana and Texas. And velocity scan is literally coming in as we speak, and we are definitely seeing a little bit of rotation, even near like Pleasant Hill, for example. Looks very similar to what we saw at the beginning of the stream back over in northeast Texas with some of the couplets that we had. So tornado risk will probably start ramping up here soon. Bottom left of your screen, that's the camera, or bottom right of your screen, that's the camera in Manny. And then we also have one back over in Leesville, which is a little bit further south. So we'll be keeping a close eye on those areas as well. And then Corey obviously is on the tornado warning near I-20 near Gibbsland, which the tornado warning no longer includes the interstate. It is only now for Athens and the small section there of Highway 146. Missouri is not safe from the tornado threat. That is actually going to be happening later this afternoon into the early evening, mainly from 4 to 9. Actually, let's quickly go to Manny, Louisiana. We just had a flash of lightning here. This is live. Wind's actually picking up quite a bit. Let me get the exact location of this. I'm not sure if it's a little bit further west than I think. This is live in Manny, Louisiana. Oh, actually, this is much further west. Okay, so this is within a few minutes of this line of storms right now, approaching out of the west. It's back over near the lake. It's actually closer to Alliance. So the storm is rolling in right now to Manny, Louisiana, or Manny. I don't know if it's Manny or Manny, but either way. Storm is approaching as we speak. Out of the west. Mainly a wind threat, but definitely could see a tornado transpire out of one of these storms along the line. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning at some point soon near Pleasant Hill. That rotation's been coming together a little bit over the last several minutes. That's tracking towards Coast-Hada. It's Manny? Okay. All right, we have just lost Corey for the time being. Should come back in a second. Low signal area along the interstate. I'm going to quickly go through what we have happening across the board right now. Again, we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings stretching from Arkansas back into Texas. The biggest concern that we have right now is damaging winds, but the tornado threat has continued over the last several hours. It began all the way earlier this morning and is still going right now. Also, quickly, going to go to Jasper, Texas. Apparently, there is rotation ramping up near Jasper. There is no tornado possible label on this, but we do have a little hook and an inflow going to the storm near Jasper. May get a tornado warning here soon for the Jasper storm, so we'll have to wait and see, but that one definitely looks concerning. I'm going to quickly go back here to Manny, Louisiana. There's a huge rain shaft out in the distance. We got a severe line of storms rolling in. Flash of lightning just happened there. This is one of the Has cams back over in Manny. You can actually see the waves picking up. And by the way, this is not like a full-blown ocean or something like that. This is just purely from the wind being strong. The waves are a little bit more rough out there. Obviously, this isn't super rough, but for a lake, it is definitely rough. This is just west of Manny, Louisiana, near Alliance. So we'll be keeping a close eye on this, but it's a very long bridge. It'll be bottom right of your screen. I think this tornado warning will probably end up just being let to expire or will be canceled. I still think we're going to get a tornado warning here soon, further south near I-49. That area looks a little bit more concerning right now. Might get something near Jasper here soon. The storms that are in and around Houston are below severe limits for the time being. Nothing too concerning down there. We do have some storms that are starting to form with the Gulf energy, or moisture, excuse me, back over in the Gulf. So we are starting to see some storms fire up out in front of the line. These storms may become a bit more tornadic as we go later into the afternoon hours. Right now, the amount of instability in the wind shear is lacking a little bit. These storms are not really growing and maturing, but once they do, the tornado threat will start to ramp up, I think, a little after lunchtime as these get closer to Lake Charles. That is a threat that we're definitely going to be watching for as it moves, especially in eastern Louisiana. But the tornado warning for Athens does continue here for 25 more minutes, but it'll probably end up being canceled before then. We do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. The damaging wind and tornado risk will continue through the morning and early afternoon. So that is for southern Arkansas, most of Louisiana, and back into southeast Texas. So the threat of damaging winds and tornadoes will continue. I do want to point out that we do have, on the left side of your screen, the Storm Prediction Center added a peak intensity guidance. And the peak intensity for tornadoes here over the next few hours is anywhere from 100 to 130 miles per hour for a tornado. So that means a strong tornado is possible. Damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. The hail should remain below $half sized hail, so we're not talking about a significant hail threat. But nonetheless, protect your vehicle if you can, in case we do end up seeing some large hail out there with some of these storms. But it should be mostly a wind threat and tornado threat. All right, we're going to go back to Corey. Corey is now going through the RFD surge. That's what it looks like right now on I-20, which has become very blurry. There's a lot of water hitting his windshield. He's now caught up to the leading edge of this line of thunderstorms near the tornado warning near Gibbsland. Kenzie, we'll see if I'm live tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure yet. If we go live, it wouldn't be until at least like 1 Eastern time. But we'll keep a close eye on tomorrow. We'll definitely be live most of today, that's for sure.
Alright guys, we're trying to get back ahead of this.
The tornado warning has just been canceled, so we no longer have a tornado warning on this, but we definitely still have a significant wind threat that is continuing here across the board with damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour here in northern Louisiana. It is marching to the east. It'll be approaching Monroe, Ruston, Farmersville within the next couple of hours. Ruston, Bernice, and Farmersville really in the next 30 to 45 minutes. Monroe, you still got about an hour and a half to 2 hours until the line of storms is approaching your location. I'm still definitely watching these storms further south. Those could become a little bit more concerning here pretty soon. But while Corey is out here, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. We'll go to Corey Gherkin, and I'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned.
It is raining so hard it says my blind spot sensor is blocked. Always does that when it is torrential downpour.
Alright, we are back.
People on the radar is like, oh yeah, we're about out of it, but it's not updated. Get my hopes up.
Is the audio loud enough, by the way? Can you guys hear Corey? Or is it too quiet still? Let me know, and I can adjust it. He is quiet? Okay, well that's not mine. That's, if the rain is loud and he's quiet, that's not on mine. That's just his audio. Okay, thank you. I can't fix his actual, like, speaking voice. It might just be the rain hitting the windshield. That's gonna be pretty loud. Ask Corey to turn down the rain, please. I don't know if I can tell him to turn down the rain. I don't know if that's even possible. You'd have to have like a really serious microphone setup for that to even work. Back to the 3 cam overlay for now. How's West Tennessee looking today? That's Brittany with the super chat. I think West Tennessee is mainly going to be a wind risk. There is a potential for an isolated tornado, but it's a low chance. If you raise the audio, we'll fall asleep. Wow. All right, let's go back over down towards Jasper, Texas. We have had some rotation back over near Jasper, Texas for a little while now. A little bit of rotation even north of Jasper that is attempting to ramp up here. Again, no tornado warning right now, no tornado possible label. There's a ton of lightning though in this storm, so it's definitely gonna be something to watch for. It's going really right along Highway 68. We also have storms that are rolling into Louisiana as we speak. Damaging wind risk is quickly moving to the east near Zoelle and Manny. In western Louisiana, bottom left of your, or bottom right of your screen is Manny. Which actually, let's go to, I can actually, here's another cool thing I can do, by the way. So this Manny camera, we can actually change where it's looking. So I am currently changing where it is looking. Now it's looking just over the water. But the storm would be coming out of the west. So I'm actively just moving the has cam. I think west is actually back further to the right, but no matter what, it's kind of cool. We can move this camera around I'll probably bring it back to where it was because it was looking more towards the storm. But in about 5-10 minutes, we should have a better view of this. But there's definitely a lot of rain out there in the distance. It's on the other side of the lake here. This is near the Alliance area of Louisiana. Thank you, Cassie, for the super chat. Wondering what northwestern Arkansas is looking like right now? Well, this is what northwest Arkansas looks like right now. We mainly just have strong storms up here. There isn't anything severe, just gusty winds. We did have a little bit of wind damage reported back over near Springdale, but it's mainly just gusty winds associated with this line of thunderstorms. Not really anything severe. Everything stayed below severe limits for the most part here in Arkansas. So I honestly anticipate that to continue. There's just not enough instability up here. There's a lot of rain out in front of this line that's just going to weaken it out. So I don't really think that this area of thunderstorm activity is going to start to intensify and become something concerning in central or northern Arkansas over the next few hours. So I honestly think the worst of the severe weather between now all the way through about 8 or 9 o'clock tonight is mostly going to be in this area. Just really where the warm sector is going to be located, in addition to some other storms that'll be a little bit further north of that warm sector. Our most significant tornado risk will be mainly in this region that I just outlined. I didn't go far enough right for you guys to see it, so, but you gotta get the idea. This is where our greatest tornado risk will be, and our most, in general, severe risk will be anywhere else that I just outlined here for the rest of today. We have a very favorable environment in eastern Louisiana and southern Mississippi for tornadoes later today. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning in Arkansas, south of Pine Bluff, for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. No tornado possible label on that as of right now. Actually, we don't have any tornado possible labels as of right now. It's all severe thunderstorm warnings. Actually, let's go to Manny right now. This is back over in Manny, Louisiana, on the HazCam. Storms are rolling in right now from the west. Definitely interested to see what that little thing on the left is. It looks kind of like a little scuddy lowering. Moving it over a little bit so we can look at that more. Looks like there's something happening there. It doesn't look like it's rotating or anything. Just a little interesting little structure there. Starting to get a little blurry. It's getting many Louisiana right now. See, the waves picking up quite a bit right now. We got strong winds moving into Manny right now. The winds are definitely picking up. You can actually see the winds picking up on the bridge right now. Hey, look at the winds. You can see them really picking up now. This is a severe storm that is producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. See if we can go all the way around, looking the other direction. You can see the winds picking up on the road right there, on the highway. I think we have to go the other way, going into the tower. And this is in western Louisiana. Definitely have wind picking up. You can see it all off the water. Yeah, look at that. Actually, there's a power line thing that's like dangling down right here. Wind is definitely strong. 60-mile-per-hour wind's definitely happening around here. Very, very windy. Very low visibility as well here. This is right along the bridge that's near Toledo Bend Reservoir for reference.
Warning has been issued.
All right, we now have a new tornado warning that has been issued. This is going to be for Sabine County, Texas. And actually, this is not far from this camera. Just to the south of Hemp Hill, east of Pineland, I believe that's where our new tornado warning is going to be. Hasn't popped up yet, but we have a couplet there. Yeah, there you go. So it's going to be for Sabine County in Texas and then Sabine Parish in Louisiana. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. And then we have a couplet that has been developing for the last few minutes, moving in the direction of Highway 473. It'll be crossing over the huge lake here as well over the next few minutes. So please make sure that you're in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. There's been a rotation south of Shreveport for a little while as well that's near Pleasant Hill. No tornado warning on this activity, though. For now, they're all just severe thunderstorm warnings. It's back over in Many, which is just to the north of this tornado warning. Again, the winds are definitely pretty strong here. Had some wind gusts around 50 to 60 miles per hour. Wind is still pretty strong. It's very interesting to see all the waves kind of kicking up on the lakes here. I mean, again, this is not like the ocean where you have big waves. So with all the wind that's really strong, it's basically creating a bunch of wind stress leading to all the waves increasing in height, smacking along the coastlines, right along the Texas-Louisiana border. Back to live radar here. I'll have another radar scan in a second, but we definitely got a tight couplet right now just to the southeast of Hemp Hill. That's currently moving towards Highway 473, and Hornbeck is also in the track of this. What's the risk tomorrow? Tomorrow's risk is mostly the East Coast. If you want more details on that, we made a video on that this morning. We'll also talk more about that here in a little bit. Thank you, Warren, for the $10 super chat. I'm in Kansas. My mom is Alabama and keeps everyone back home informed when the weather gets active. Midwest nor the South seem to catch a break. The Midwest hasn't been that crazy, I feel like, recently. Unless you're in, like, Kansas or, like, central southern Missouri. It's been really crazy there over the last couple months. Like, northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin have been just dead quiet recently. It's just nothing's really been happening there. All right, latest radar scans still have strong rotation right now near Highway 87. It's going to be crossing over the Texas and Louisiana border here in just a moment. Going towards Hornbeck as well. Stay in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. There has been a little bit of rotation up near Bernice as well, in northern Louisiana. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for a large area. Jackson, Grant, Wynne, DeSoto, Red River, and Sabine parishes are all now in a new severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. I'm pretty sure it's just going to be, yeah, it's all this area here. So Coshada, Winfield, Manny's included in this, Goldana, Dodson, near Jonesboro. Damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail will be possible. We are starting to see some rotation really starting to spark up near Pleasant Hill. So we'll be tracking towards Interstate 49 over the next several minutes. That's definitely something to keep a close eye on. Thank you, SOJ, for the very generous $100 super chat. Put some numbers in the chat for SOJ. The 1 million subscriber hat just arrived. Sadly, you didn't ship signed hats to Switzerland. Yeah, unfortunately, the shipping is just way more expensive. I really not much we could do about it. I mean, you'd be paying like $40, $50 for shipping, which is just insane. And I don't feel like charging people that much for something like that. So I do appreciate the generosity. Ubs in the chat. Really do appreciate that. Let's go quickly to Dickinson, Texas. Left side of your screen, we actually got some little bit of hanging scud over here. This isn't really an environment favorable for tornadoes, but this is near League City, just southeast of Houston. Got a little outflow boundary and some storms moving through. Moving off the screen now. Up that bottom left of your screen. Still watching this area of rotation near Highway 87. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. Tornado could drop at any time. This rotation's definitely on the stronger side of things. Where's Corey? He's on I-20. He's basically just out in front of the line of storms that's going towards Monroe right now. You'll probably have a view of something here soon. He's just driving out in front of the line. I really wouldn't be surprised if we get a tornado warning here soon on this Pleasant Hill storm. It has really been coming together here recently. Have rotation over the east side of Pleasant Hill approaching I-49. Is it safe to drive tonight from Minnesota if I'm in Florida? Just be weather aware. I mean, you can drive. Just make sure that you're keeping a close eye on radar when you're driving. So there will still be a wind risk. I mean, like overnight tonight to tomorrow morning, the severe weather threat is much lower, especially in the southeast, like Georgia and Florida. But there will still be a chance for some severe weather. Just a lower risk overnight. What do I think about North Georgia overnight? Should be mainly a wind risk. Very low tornado risk. I know some people were asking, but Storm Chaser wise today, we obviously have Corey Gherkin, bottom of your screen. Brandon Kopic, I think, will be live at some point if he isn't already. So whenever he's live, we'll have him on here. Jordan Hall also we may have on here. So there are plenty of chasers. Obviously not nearly as many as we would usually have, but there will be plenty of chasers that we have ready to go for today. Yeah, most chasers were really out there last night in Oklahoma. It's a hard drive to go from Oklahoma here to like Louisiana, so. Brandon's coming in 30 minutes. Okay. So Brandon will be live in about 30 minutes. So once he is live, we will have him on. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream as well. Help get this out to more people. And if you have any friends or family out in front of these storms today, feel free to share the stream with them on Facebook, on Twitter, or X, whatever you want to call it. Latest scan, the rotation is a bit broader. It's going to be going towards, again, Hornbeck over the next 15 minutes. Just continue to stay in your safe place if you are in that tornado warning. Rotation's been a lot broader for the last 20 to 30 minutes along and just north of I-20, which is good news. It's definitely more of a wind risk as of right now, approaching Ruston and Farmerville, and that'll eventually go towards Monroe. I would anticipate this tornado risk to ramp back up a bit more, though, here pretty soon. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning now for those in Leesville, Rose Pine. Make sure that you're staying away from windows if you are in this warning. Is a moderate risk in play. I'm going to be honest, I don't think we're going to get a moderate risk today. Like, we have a huge enhanced risk. If they issued a moderate risk, it would have to be with their next SBC outlook, which would be, like, really soon. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be happening in the next, like, few minutes here. But our enhanced risk, I think, is going to be what we're talking about. I don't think we're going to get a moderate risk. If we got a moderate risk, I'd be surprised. But if we did get one, it would be for wind. It wouldn't be for tornadoes. The tornado threat is just too conditional, in my opinion. But the wind risk has been pretty numerous to widespread here over the last few hours. So I would say it's possible that we get a small moderate risk for wind. But I'll be honest, I'm not very confident that we're going to get one. Let's go over to Corey Gherkin. My overlay just broke. Corey Gherkin has a pretty good view right now of that shelf cloud back over near I-20. Thank you, Blast, for the $5 super chat. Need to post flyers to inform people about a church as a storm shelter. Should I say only for tornado warnings, or what wording should I use? If you're making a storm shelter for like a church or something, I would think you'd probably say, like, in the case of a tornado warning or like severe storms or something like that. So I mean, if you have like mobile homes in your area, people won't just go there for tornado warnings. They could also go there for severe thunderstorm warnings for like high winds. So thank you, Pam, for becoming a member. The SBC outlook came out 15 minutes ago. All right, well, in that case, if it came out 15 minutes ago, which I must have missed. Yeah, it did come out. It came out about 20 minutes ago, actually. The latest SBC outlook actually is different. They have changed it again. So the latest outlook for today, it's again a very large enhanced risk for severe weather. The hatched tornado risk is even larger than before. So strong tornadoes are possible now in basically all of Louisiana, central and southern Mississippi, and into southern Alabama and southeastern Arkansas. The wind risk is still significant, and it's actually a larger hatched region now, meaning significant damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour is possible in central eastern Louisiana and as well as back into southern Mississippi. Our hail risk is very low, and it honestly looks like a dinosaur for this hail risk. But nonetheless, again, wind and tornadoes are our main concerns. With the hatched tornado risk, which means strong tornadoes are possible, that has grown quite a bit. Did I even sleep? I got 4 hours of sleep. We're doing great. And there's a pretty good chance we'll be live for another like 8 or 9 hours. So back to the 3-camera overlay here. Enhanced dino risk. Essentially speaking, yes. There is an enhanced dino risk today in the United States. Then you add a radar near Monroe. Yeah, that's a pretty big radar hole. I think they have a radar. I just think it's down. If I'm not mistaken. Doesn't Monroe have a radar? Or, like, is the radar just down? So they do have a radar there. You have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Monroe, Farmerville, and Ruston. In northern Louisiana, this is going to be for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. There's also a tornado possible label on this segment of storm activity. The tornado warning has just been updated back over near Hornbeck. Rotation has been broader over the last few minutes, but we still do have rotation. I mean, it's not gone yet. So there's a chance that they issue a new tornado warning here soon, if that even continues to this extent. Going towards Hornbeck, just north of Anacoco. Long term, it's going through relatively rural areas here of western Louisiana. It will eventually go towards Interstate 49, including the Colfax area. Thank you, Chris, for the 9-month membership. By the way, I am sick. I mentioned that yesterday, but in case you're just tuning in and didn't tune in yesterday, I am sick, so if you hear me coughing and whatnot, that is why. I had a cold here the last few days.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Alright, we do have a brand new tornado warning for Vernon Parish in Louisiana, which will be an extension to this tornado warning, I think. Everybody is sick right now? Pretty much. Brand new tornado warning, that is for Anacoco and Hornbeck. Seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. Approaching Highway 171 and moving pretty much due east right now. There's a lot of rain out in front of this, which makes it very hard to see a possible tornado if it is on the ground. So you definitely want to make sure that you're not trying to look out your window to try to see if you can see this. Stay in your safe place away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible if you are in this new tornado warning for Vernon Parish, Hornsbeck, and Anacoco included in this warning. We have a new radar scan coming in right now. All right, here's the latest radar scan. That's what the velocities look like here. North Arkansas, how are we looking? Mainly a wind risk up there in northern Arkansas. Do tornadoes happen anywhere else other than the United States? They do. Yes, it's not just a United States thing. If it only happened in the United States, that'd be kind of concerning. But no, I mean, it happens other places. We've had tornadoes everywhere, pretty much. Like China, there's been tornadoes. Europe. It's not something that's just a United States based. Now, granted, the United States has some of the best tornado setups, and a lot of the reason why is because you have a huge mountain range back out to the west, which creates a ton of mixing. And once this any storm system moves over it, essentially we have a lot of the time favorable environments for tornadoes. We have the Gulf, which has tons of moisture to supply these storms, and also the Pacific. Like there's just so many sources of severe weather that we can get here. Other countries don't really have setups like this. When you have moisture coming from two different areas, you got cyclones coming over the Rockies, creates a lot of mixing of warm and cold air. You got Arctic air out of Canada or polar air. It just creates very favorable setups a lot of the time. And that's why we get, significant tornado events in a lot of cases, which, again, many countries don't usually deal with tornado outbreaks. But in our case, we have all sorts of ingredients that can create that with the terrain and geography that we have. Rotation's a little bit stronger here on the latest radar scan. We'll have another radar update in a moment. Going towards Hornbeck right now. Here's the latest scan. Rotation is still there near Highway 473. The Monroe Tower has been down for a little while now. No update on when they'll fix it. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's going to be fixed before that line of storms comes through, but I think we're not going to have that radar site here before that line moves through, which is definitely not helpful because this is a obviously significant line of storms. It's going to hinder our ability to see if we have any sort of QLCS tornadoes up here essentially meaning tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms. So we do not have a clear view of that right now on radar. Full-blown line of thunderstorms moving towards Monroe. But obviously, heed the warnings. Make sure if you are in any sort of severe thunderstorm warning that you're at least in a building and away from windows on the lowest floor possible, as falling trees and power lines are definitely a possibility. Still have rotation further north as well near Manny. I'm not seeing anything tight right now, but we have a little area of rotation both over Manny and just south of Manny near Fisher. We've had rotation east of Pleasant Hill for quite a while as well, just not strong enough for a tornado warning yet. By far, the storm near Hornbeck is the most concerning. New velocity scan coming in right now. Here's the latest scan. I mean, despite there not being a tight couplet, we definitely have damaging winds that are significant moving into Hornbeck over the next several minutes. For reference, in Hornbeck, Louisiana, there is the Hornbeck High School, the Town Hall, the United States Postal Service is in Hornbeck as well. There's also a community park, Tope's Cajun Kitchen, Country Boy Restaurant, and Fisherman's Gallery that are in the track of a possible tornado. Anacoco obviously included in this warning too. Trying to see what Anacoco has. I'll have that in a second. That was my alarm to wake up if you heard that. I'm supposed to wake up at about 12 today. I ended up waking up at like 8:30. This entire line of storms is definitely very interesting. It's getting a bit more interesting further south. It's getting a bit more organized. I think the tornado risk is going to start to increase over the next hour, back over between Beaumont and Alexandria, this entire area. I think a tornado or two will start to become more of a possibility further south. Storms are beginning to get a little bit more organized down there. And this storm right here, west of New Llano, is very interesting.
A new tornado
right here,
warning
very
has been
interesting
issued.
little hook to this thing near Leesville. Rotation hasn't really come together yet, but it's very interesting. Brand new tornado warning has just been issued for Vernon Parish in Louisiana and Newton County in Texas, which is the storm we were literally just looking at. This storm has a very interesting look to it. We do have a hook echo on this and an inflow notch. And once this little piece of storm activity merges, I think we're going to get a possibility for a tornado here. Strong tornado is not impossible with something like this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have now another tornado warning. That is for Sabine Parish in Louisiana. We'll have that pop up here in a second. So we're now up to 4 tornado warnings. Now we have yet another one here in western Louisiana. Also, for those in Anacoco, some of the places in track of it are the Anacoco High School, the Town Hall, Baptist Church, and many other areas. Stop it. Give me 1 second. All right, sorry. The other tornado warning, for some reason, has not popped up yet, but is for Sabine Parish in Louisiana. But honestly, this storm right here, that's southwest of Leesville, looks very concerning right now. A lot of storm merger activity happening. And again, we got a hook echo and a strong inflow notch moving to the northeast. This is definitely a concerning storm. Sorry, guys, 1 second. Who's in the room? Sabine, thank you. You're fine. You're fine. Sorry, my cat is doing stuff. Here's that other tornado warning. This is basically an extension to the tornado warning we just had. This is going to be going back up near Highway 118 and eventually going towards Interstate 49. This rotation has also been pretty strong here, or not really strong, but it's been there for a while. Again, we have rotate. This is the velocities going away from the radar. This is going towards the radar. There's been some spin on this for a while, and we may get a couplet on this here pretty soon. At the minimum, we are talking about significant damaging winds between 60 to 75 miles per hour with that particular area of rotation. And then this storm right now near Highway 63 is going to probably come together here over the next few minutes, as long as we don't keep seeing all these storm mergers happening. If it can remain a bit more discreet, this storm could definitely be a big concern going towards Leesville and New Yano. Thank you, Donna, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. They have just upgraded the warning back over in the Louisiana and Arkansas severe thunderstorm warning. I think is this one? Or no, it's this one. It's a little bit further north. Was just upgraded to 70 mile per hour damaging winds. "70 miles per hour winds are crazy." We had that back over in Shreveport this morning. Shreveport was crazy only a couple hours ago. Just want to give you guys a quick update. We do have a new fire outlook for today. There is now a critical or extremely critical risk in place back over in West and South Texas. They've actually shrunk down the area a little bit. Again, make sure that you are doing your part in preventing fires from developing today. It is very windy today. I think many of you are waking up to that, knowing that it's very windy, especially in Texas. We have wind gusts in a widespread area between 40 to 60 miles per hour. So the fire risk is definitely going to be on the more significant side of things today in South and West Texas. It's definitely not something that we want to see, but unfortunately the wind is very high and the humidity is very low today. It is a crazy day when it comes to this entire storm system. We have a massive storm across the board. And it's a very strong storm system. This is one of the strongest low pressure systems that we've ever seen in the month of March when it comes to barometric pressure. So, pretty crazy. Let's go to Leesville. This is actually inside the tornado warning. This is Leesville, Louisiana. So this is live. This, again, inside the big tornado warning that we have right now. On the KUMX FM Hascam in South or Western Louisiana here. Clouds are moving very fast, and again, these storms are moving very fast as well. I just heard Brandon's live. I'm gonna see where Brandon is. Let me see where Brandon's at right now. Brandon Kopic right now is over in Hernando, Mississippi, from what I'm seeing, unless that location's wrong. So he's back over in Mississippi as of right now. He's more targeting the afternoon severe weather threat. We'll have that camera bottom left, but again, that is inside of the tornado warning. Rotation has been intensifying more near Hornbeck. We don't have any confirmed tornado here as of now, but the rotation is definitely a bit stronger than before near Hornbeck, moving east-northeast, going towards Highway 118 near Simpson. And it looks like our rotation's starting to ramp up again just to the southwest of Leesville. The couplet right now is over 111, moving northeast. All of our tornado warnings currently are very far south of Shreveport, north of Lake Charles, kind of in between there, and in western Louisiana. Stay zoomed out here for the next scan. Do I see the southern line of storms this into the evening hours strengthening or weakening? It'll be weakening after like 9 o'clock tonight. Weakening after 9 or so. Corey has lost signal. We'll put him back up there here in a second. Let me see. I think we have more cameras possibly coming up here too. Okay, D. Ritter. It's coming up. Also got Jenna and Alexandria. Let's see, Alexandria. That bottom middle. Once Corey comes back, we'll put him back at the bottom middle. And as of right now, we have three tornado warnings, all of which are pretty much in the same area here near Simpson and Leesville. Leesville is really the most populated area. You know, any friends or family in Leesville, make sure that they are in their safe place right now. This storm does have a potential of producing a tornado here over the next little while. It is a big storm, obviously associated with this entire line of thunderstorms. We have a hook echo near Highway 111. It's going to be moving into New Yano here shortly. The rotation's also been on the stronger side of things back up near Hornbeck. And this one may produce a tornado here soon as it continues to move towards Highway 119, which is near Vernon and Sabine parishes in western Louisiana. Further off to the north, the line of storms is approaching Monroe. Again, mainly a wind risk up to 70 miles per hour, moving into Monroe, Richwood, Sterlington, Marion, and Farmersville. Tornado is definitely still possible, though, with this activity. Unfortunately, the radar site in Monroe is down, and I don't think it's going to be coming back up soon enough to be able to see a better shot here of what these storms look like via radar. But just make sure you're staying away from windows. That's the best thing you can do. Could get a tornado or two out of this line as it continues to push east. And this is the latest scan. Rotation's definitely still strong right now, approaching Kyle, Mink, and eventually Mora in Louisiana. And then again, this is Leesville, which is bottom right of your screen as well, that live shot. Rotation is currently located southwest of Leesville. Tornado is definitely possible here over the next few minutes. And quickly moving to the northeast. Let's go full cam to the Leesville, Louisiana has cam here. Which is, again, right here in Leesville. Let me double check the exact location. I think it's on the south side of the town. Yeah, this is on the south side of the town. So if we have a tornado or of some sorts, this will be heading in that direction. The Leesville camera, for reference, is right here. So it's just south of Leesville, just south of New Yano. That is the approximate location. This is one of the best shots they're going to see of this storm as it rolls in. Rotation currently is about 4 miles or so west of this camera, back over near Highway 464. Latest velocity scan just came in. We'll keep that bottom right until it gets a little bit more interesting. Again, rotation still on the stronger side of things, going towards Kyle, Mink, and Gorham, and Magnolia. And back over near New Yano and Leesville. Again, this is our main concern right now, is that area of rotation. Strong winds going towards the radar. We got an inflow notch as well. The only problem with this storm right now is that we have a lot of convection out in front of it. And if that can clear out even to the slightest bit, this could definitely produce a strong tornado. So that's really the biggest concern right now, and that's why the National Weather Service here issued such a large tornado warning. It includes a very large area for good reason. Back full cam here to Leesville. Storm is going to be approaching here over the next few minutes. Do you think the cold core tornado setup will pan out near or in Springfield, Missouri? I think the cold core tornado setup is going to pan out. I think we'll have like 1 or 2 quick tornadoes in Missouri, but I think the risk overall is not like, again, that high. It's going to be relatively low. The tornadoes should be on the weaker side of things, which is a good thing. So let's just hope that the threat is low up there. But again, the setup up there is not favorable for like strong tornadoes or something like that. We're talking more about just like an isolated quick tornado or two, and that's really about it. Which I think we'll have a couple chasers up there this afternoon on the cold core tornado setup. I could be wrong, but I think we'll have a couple. And if we do, we'll obviously have them on here. This is the latest velocity scan coming in. Rotation's not nearly as strong. We still have an inflow going into the storm. Strong winds again going in the direction of the radar. Imaging wind's definitely a possibility here. Rotation is still going near Highway 117. It's just it's a very large but broad area of circulation now. It's been kind of broadening out a little bit over the last few minutes. We have a lot of convection that's developing out in front of this line. And I'm going to be honest, like if we didn't have all this convection out in front of the line, we'd be talking probably about multiple tornadoes on the ground right now at this environment. That's kind of saving us for, at least at this exact moment, from having a tornado in progress. Further north near Monroe, it's mainly wind right now. Let's go back over to Leesville. Again, the live shot in Leesville. We should see something here in the next few minutes as this area of storms approaches. Haven't had any reports on this particular storm yet near Leesville. If I had to guess, we probably have some sort of lowering associated with this storm. Velocities are strong enough for something like that to be supported. We've had no official reports of anything quite yet. As a reminder, if you have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. If you are just tuning in, this is a live shot in Leesville, Louisiana, where we do have a tornado warning in effect until 11:30 Central Time. It has been quiet here for the last few minutes, but the rotation is really only about 3 miles west of this camera now. Bottom right of your screen is that rotation. You'll see the update coming in now. We definitely have rotation. I mean, this is definitely rotating. Inflow going to the storm near Savage Fork. Strong winds going towards the radar. And this is going to be going towards New Yano in Leesville. For reference, in Leesville, these are some of the places that are in the track of a possible tornado. Leesville High School, Vernon Parish Courthouse, the First United Methodist Church, Wagon Master Steakhouse, BJ's Diner, Fat Boys and Skinny's Filling Station, Leesville Donut, Brenda Kitchen Puerto Rican Cuisine, Buffet City, and Back to Nature are some of the areas in Leesville that are in the track of a possible tornado. But we don't have any tornado confirmed as of right now, no debris signature, but the velocities have been a little bit tighter here on the latest scan near Savage Fork. And we are also still seeing rotation further north, back up along Highway 117, just to the north there of Leesville. Definitely could see a rain-wrapped tornado up in this band of activity as it continues to move towards Interstate 49. And all tornado warnings for right now are radar indicated. It's back over to Leesville. We'll keep going back and forth between this. We should have something here in a few minutes on this camera because it's literally going to be right in the track of the area of rotation. Also, heads up, the National Weather Service of Fort Worth is now assessing damage from last night's storm. So, we should have some damage surveys coming out here in the next several hours from the tornadoes that we saw overnight last night and early this morning in North Texas and more than likely other areas, not just North Texas. We have plenty of storm surveys coming out here over the next few hours. Anyone led for the super chat? Heading to Leesville now, will advise. Stay safe. Again, the rotation's been coming together over the last few minutes, and a tornado. Ooh, actually, let's go to that camera now. Is that the lowering right there in the left? This is in Leesville. Not entirely sure if that is the storm, though. Let me double check the camera location again. This is in Leesville in this tornado warning. That might be it. Because if you look bottom right of your screen, that's what I just circled is where the camera is. The rotation's back in here. So that could be the lowering. But it is a lot more scud than anything. My sister is right now working in Leesville at Bird Hospital. They're outside. Is the hospital in the track? I mean, basically anywhere in Leesville is in the track of this storm. So... you should definitely be inside if you're in Leesville. Because all of Leesville is in this tornado warning. This is again a live shot in Leesville on this tornado warning. Definitely seeing a lot of scud right now. Thank you, Cody, for the super chat. Will South Louisiana towards Baton Rouge be bad? I wouldn't say it's going to be bad, but definitely a threat for damaging winds and possible tornado threat as well as we go into the afternoon hours. Storm is coming in quick. Rotation is currently near Elmwood, bottom right of your screen. So this is, the rotation's going to be going right over towards Billy Goat Hill, which is where the camera's located. Over the next couple of minutes. Definitely seeing some scud there in the middle. Might have a small funnel in there somewhere. I'm in the middle. That might be it. Just looks really ragged, which would mean it's more scud than more than anything. Thank you, Cassie, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Storm's rolling in very fast. Trying to get a confirmation of what direction this is looking. I don't think it tells me, though. They are moving the camera, so it looks like back in that area that they're looking at, that's where we're looking at for possible rotation. So what we just saw pass by in Leesville. Right side of your screen looks interesting, too. Thank you, Hobart. Appreciate the super chat. We have a new radar scan coming in. See what it looks like in Elmwood. The wind is about to pick up, though, for sure. I mean, we're definitely going to be seeing some damaging wind threat moving here through Leesville, regardless of a possible tornado. Rotation's on the south side, though, of... it's pretty far south of Leesville right now. That's the main area of rotation. It's far south of Leesville. It's on the south side of this polygon. The wind and rain are picking up right now. They are moving the camera again. Surge of wind is coming in. A lot of rain coming down as well. Very heavy rain. This is going to lead to very low visibility on Highway 171 between Leesville and D. Ritter. Yeah, the wind's picking up quickly. You definitely see the strong winds right now moving through Leesville. And the camera may have just gone down. So I think we may have just lost power in Leesville. At least for the time being. That's what appears as if what just happened. It looks like a possible power outage there in Leesville, which would be from the high winds. If it comes back up, I'll let you know. But right now it went down. But this storm is really becoming organized. Back down here to the south near New Yano, we have a really serious inflow. I'm going to go back to one camera view. We're going to go to that. Right now, we have a very strong inflow, and we have a lot of clearing now out in front of the supercell. I honestly think they're going to have to probably issue a new tornado warning here in a moment, but there's a potential here for a strong tornado if this continues, because we have a lot of clearing right now out in front of the storm. Very strong inflow. This hook echo right here is definitely very concerning. This is the most concerning we've had a storm look all day. I mean, it looks like a massive supercell. This entire thing right here just looks concerning. So this storm right now is definitely ramping up, and we definitely need to watch this very, very closely. As long as we have this amount of clearing out in front of the storm, it's going to be probably a dangerous supercell here for the next little while. Leesville did come back up, by the way. We'll go back to Leesville real quick. Leesville did come back up. So this is in Leesville, Louisiana, which is right near this hook echo. So the strongest of the winds are still moving through, but I think most of it already moved through. At this point, it's just low visibility. Go back to the 3 camera view. And I'm not sure if Corey is just down or what's happening there, but I'm going to take him off for now. Actually, I'll try to put him back on. Not sure what's going on with Corey. I don't know if Corey's stream is just down or it's on my end. I had Corey Gherkin elsewhere on here. Let's put it there for now. All right, latest radar scan has just came in. Again, we still have a very strong inflow notch going into the storm near Fort Polk and Sandy Hill. And very strong rotation as of right now. It's over a really populated area as well. This storm is, again, very concerning. We have no tornado warning as of right now, which is surprising. I'm pretty sure they just canceled that tornado warning. But I would think they're going to issue a new one on this. This is coming together rapidly. This is a nasty looking storm right now. I'm really surprised we don't have a tornado warning on this. This is almost a classic looking hook echo on this. We have a very strong inflow. The radar's coming in again. The good news is that this radar is updating every minute. It's coming in very quickly, which helps with being able to see what's happening on radar. North Fort Polk, Hicks, LeCamp, Hicks Crossing, and Simpson in Louisiana are going to be in the track of this. Man, oh man, look at this inflow notch. This is insane. I don't know how there's no tornado warning on this. This is a very dangerous looking storm right now. There's no tornado warning on this particular storm. There's still one further to the north. There's no tornado debris signature or anything like that. The velocities haven't updated in a couple minutes. And this hook echo is crazy. I haven't had a velocities update here, but this is a very concerning storm with currently no tornado warning. If you know any friends or family out here south of Simpson or east of Leesville, make sure that they're aware of this. I mean, again, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning right now. But, yeah, this needs to be tornado warning. Look at the velocities. Very strong rotation right now of the southeast side of New Yano. This is a very, very dangerous storm right now that is likely about to drop a possibly significant tornado. At the minimum, we have a huge swath of damaging winds around 80 miles per hour. And this is going right towards the radar site. This is a very dangerous storm. The main area of rotation's here. Velocities are updating. I have now issued a tornado warning.
Has been issued.
Brand new tornado warning has now been issued. That is going to be for Rapids and Vernon parishes in Louisiana. Again, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building if you are included in this tornado warning. So again, a very dangerous storm. Possibility for a strong tornado is going to exist as this continues to move east. And we may have a tornado in progress. There is a little CC drop there. This thing is wrapped up like crazy. Very strong inflow going to the storm. This is a serious storm right now. Probably a tornado in progress with this storm. I mean, this is a very dangerous storm. This is a classic-looking supercell embedded in a line of thunderstorms. A small debris signature. It's not enough to confirm it fully, but I do think there is a tornado here. Please get into your safe place again if you are in this tornado warning. If you're in a mobile home, you got to get to a sturdy structure. Again, for Rapids and Vernon parishes in Louisiana, new radar scans coming in now. This is the latest scan, which still looks very concerning. If we have a tornado right now, it'd be over Mill Creek Road, just southeast of North Fort Polk. It'll be approaching the radar site that's just south of Simpson. Okay, so this is almost undoubtedly a tornado as of a couple minutes ago. I think it's definitely on the ground right now near North Fort Polk. We have a very strong couplet right now over the south side of North Fort Polk. We do not have a CC radar update yet, but once that comes in, it should verify that we have a tornado just to the northeast of Fort Polk, moving in the direction again of the radar site and Highway 121. And that looks undoubtedly like a tornado though right there. The CC just has not updated. Okay, we do have a tornado. It has not updated on here, but there is a debris signature. We do have a tornado here in Louisiana on this storm. Back over near North Fort Polk. There is a debris signature that is popping up now on radar. Just hasn't updated on this radar, but that velocities are tight as can be. We definitely have a tornado in progress east of New Yano. Possibility, excuse me, for a strong tornado does exist with this storm as it continues to move northeast. They'll be going towards Highway 119, Highway 28, just south of Simpson. They have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning as well for those in Alexandria. So Alexandria is now included in that. And we have Alexandria, bottom of your screen. I got to fix the cameras real quick. Corey Gherkin's going to be bottom left. Do that for now. All right, here's the latest radar scan coming in on this very dangerous storm right now in Louisiana. Tornado again in progress right now, southeast of North Fort Polk. It is going to be quickly approaching the radar site.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, so this is now officially a confirmed tornado via radar in Rapids and Vernon parishes in Louisiana. It is not a PDS tornado, but obviously is still a significant storm here. And please get to your safe place if you are in this warning. The tornado is going to be right just to the south of Artillery Road, going right towards the radar site south of Mayo and Hicks, near Walnut Hill. I mean, this storm, again, has just become an unbelievable storm over the last several minutes. Very strong inflow, wrapped up very quickly, and is actively producing a tornado and likely damage right now on the east side of North Fort Polk. Is there a camera at the radar site? I don't think so. Don't think so. There is one in D. Ritter, which is further south, but that for some reason is currently down, so we don't have D. Ritter as of now. Wow, yeah, that's probably a strong tornado right now. Big debris signature over the southeast side of North Fort Polk. This is damaging areas right along Mill Creek Road. Likely a strong tornado right now in progress east of Highway 184, just east of Leesville. You are in this warning again. Please make sure that you're in your safe place. This is likely a strong tornado that is in progress. Latest radar scan just came in. Tornado is still in progress near Whiskey Cheeto Road. And it's going over many different small communities out here just to the east of North Fort Polk. Please get to your safe place if you are in this warning. This is a very dangerous storm right now that's moving in the direction of the radar site. It'll eventually approach Highway 28 just south of Simpson, Louisiana. Long term, this storm is going towards Alexandria, which is not a good thing. This is going towards a very populated area in central Louisiana, which is Alexandria. We're going to have to watch this very, very closely. There's also a storm north of DeQuincy that is starting to ramp up. We need to watch that one. That's going towards Route 171. Our biggest concern, though, right now is this tornado that has dropped just to the southeast of North Fort Polk. North Fort Polk. Moving east-northeast. It is quite a hard thing to say right there. Also, a little quick update further to the north. Mainly a wind risk across this entire line from Winfield back through this tornado warning. Back up into Monroe, we are talking mainly about a damaging wind risk right now. Possibility for a brief tornado still exists with this storm activity. Same thing goes there up into Arkansas. And then back over near Lake Charles, again, multiple storms right now from Beaumont all the way back through Leesville that are producing mainly a wind risk. Wouldn't be surprised if that tornado risk starts to increase here over the next couple of hours near the Gulf Coast. So make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts today. That can include this live stream. That can be, you know, a lot of different things. Weather radio. Tornado sirens are one, but again, don't just rely on tornado sirens. They don't always go off. Should have another radar scan in a second. If we still have a tornado, it's going to be south of Mayo and Hicks, which I'm not seeing anything clear right now that there's still a tornado. It could be recycling, which in the case it is recycling, this could definitely become a stronger tornado going towards Alexandria. I'm honestly very concerned about this storm long term because there isn't really much stopping it. It's embedded in the line of thunderstorms. We have some convection out in front, which will limit its intensity maybe briefly, but it'll probably recycle and try to drop another tornado. That's the big concern right now. All right. New radar scans coming in right now. Got Corey Gherkin, bottom left. He's back up on I-20 in northeast Louisiana. Jenna, Louisiana's bottom middle, which is back over in this vicinity, south of Monroe. I think it's more in here. It's just north of Alexandria. And then bottom right is Alexandria, which is the next camera that we have, that we at least know of, that's in the track of this particular storm. That is actively producing a pretty significant tornado threat. The storm's about to move right over the radar site. It's going to look a little bit distorted here for the next few minutes. We'll have a better shot of its structure in a minute, but this is definitely a serious supercell. I mean, we're talking about the potential here for a long track supercell that tries to produce a tornado. And then in addition to that, we also have the potential for significant damaging winds as high as 70 to 80 miles per hour. This is quite the significant storm right now that's moving east-northeast. Guys, I am aware Brandon is live, but I don't think he's in this area. I think he's in Mississippi, if I'm not mistaken, right? He might be somewhere else. It says his tracker's in Mississippi, so I'm not sure if he's in Mississippi, but nothing's happening there yet. Hawaii volcano is beginning to erupt right now? Are you actually serious? Oh, we got a volcano erupting during our live stream. I'm not sure if that's ever happened before, if we've ever had a volcano erupting during our live stream. That'd be the first. We'll have another radar scan in a second. The strongest rotation right now is over a small little community that's just to the south of Hicks, Louisiana. It's going towards LeCamp and Leander. North of Montgomery, possible tornado. Or Montgomery where? Are we talking about? I don't know what Montgomery we're talking about. Maybe Texas? I really think this is like the main area of rotation. Do you think 2025 severe weather season will top last year's season? I think we're going to have a similar year. I don't think it's going to be higher in terms of tornado count, but I think we'll have a similar year in terms of tornadoes and such compared to like last year. Like I don't know the exact number of tornadoes we're going to see. That's pretty hard to, you know, predict, but with that said, I do think we're going to have a very similar year. I think this year is going to be just as active as last year. Maybe a step below it, but pretty active years ahead. So definitely be ready. It's going to be a pretty active severe weather season, I think. I think the end of March into April is going to get very crazy. We're going to have these kind of on and off severe weather events here for the next couple of weeks. Like this one is kind of like a 3-day event, or actually technically a 4-day event. And then our next one will probably be sometime in a week or two, but it's going to be a bit more sporadic here for the next few weeks. And then we're basically going to be live almost every day as we go into April and May because of all the severe weather that's going to be happening. So all right, so as of right now, the rotation is essentially going to be over the radar site. We really can't see it. It's, again, very distorted right now on the radar as the radar site is literally over where the storm is. So once this storm clears the radar site, we'll have a better view again of the rotation. Again, you want to make sure you're in your safe place if you are in this warning. Again, this has already produced a tornado and could continue to produce a tornado as this moves towards Alexandria. In my opinion, this storm is probably going to be something that's significant here for the next hour or so, bearing any sort of major changes to what's out in front of this. So this is definitely a dangerous storm right now, moving east-northeast. We do have a new radar scan coming in, so we'll see if we have a better view of it here. But the tornado risk here over the next hour or two is really going to be the greatest with this storm system. There are other storms that could produce tornadoes. They're just going to not be, you know, nearly as high of a chance as this one. What does the red mean? All of the red that you're seeing is heavy rain, as in precipitation, as this is the reflectivity radar that we're looking at right now. Alright, storm has almost cleared the radar site. Still hard to tell what the velocities look like since it's kind of just over it right now. But we definitely have an inflow, it looks like, still going into this storm, which would intensify it as it continues to move east-northeast. Will there be any snow in northern Illinois? There might be a brief, like, shot of, like, flurries, but it's not really going to be much for accumulation, Cody. Thank you for becoming a 9-month member. If you guys get headaches easily and you're in the Midwest today, you're probably going to get a headache with the pressure dropping to down near 978 millibars today. Just want to give you guys a heads up. It's going to get very, very low for pressure in terms of barometric pressure later today. I get super headaches from pressure. Yeah, unfortunately, the pressure is going to drop a ton. We're going from around 1,000 millibars to 980 millibars, or even sometimes lower in some of those areas in the Midwest, just over the next 24 hours. It's going to drop very quickly. All right, this is a little bit better of a view of the storm right now. A little bit better of a view. Velocities still aren't very clear yet, so we'll have to give it one more scan. We should have another scan from this radar in just a moment. As long as the radar site didn't go down, which I'm assuming it didn't, but it's always possible. With a storm like this, if there was a tornado, could have hit the radar site, but for now, nothing confirming that. The radar currently is at 11:38 a.m. Been updating every minute or two. Also, just a heads up, our Day 2 Storm Prediction Center outlook has just come out. There are really no major changes to the forecast for tomorrow's severe weather setup, but we do have an enhanced risk of severe weather back along the East Coast in the Carolinas, slight risk from Jacksonville, Florida, back up into Pennsylvania, and then our tornado risk is still a 5% tornado risk. I do not think that's going to increase. I think it's going to stay a 5% tornado risk for South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia. There is a chance that we are live tomorrow, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Damaging winds will be rather significant, I think, in the Carolinas and as well as in Virginia. All right, radar is still updating. That's good news. Does appear as if the storm does not have a definitive area of circulation right now. The storm is definitely still structured as if it could re-intensify, though, as it moves towards Alexandria. With how populated Alexandria is, we need to be really watching the storm closely, especially in the environment that it's in. And there's a lot of wind shear, a lot of instability. Definitely could become pretty concerning here over the next little while. All right, new radar scan coming in. Gotta fill up my water. Stay hydrated. Voice is being used a lot today. Thank you, Mick, for the super chat. Side note, you got a nice voice. Ever thought of narrating? Bedtime stories is my vote. What? Appreciate the super chat. All right, here's the latest scan. We still definitely have a hook echo on this storm and a strong inflow. This storm is definitely not let up when it comes to its structure on radar. Velocities are still not looking very organized yet, but they may organize again here soon. May become outflow dominant because the velocities right now, we have winds going towards the radar much further off to the east. Don't really have a very impressive circulation or couplet where that little hook that we have is. But if this storm can organize again, which right now looks pretty good, I definitely think a tornado is still in play as this heads towards Alexandria. Thank you, Steven, for becoming an 8-month member. Thank you, Douglas, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Million views? What got a million views? Oh, my video yesterday got a million views.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Well, this tornado warning was just updated. They have it still as a confirmed tornado. So this is still a confirmed tornado warning right now for those southeast of Simpson. Just west of Alexandria. It is currently a radar-confirmed tornado. And if there is a tornado still, it'd be right over 121, which is Highway 121. It's moving through relatively rural areas, and then it'll be moving into Alexandria. Some of the areas here included are Lewiston, Hineston, Leander, Cyper, Hemp Hill, and Clifton Crossing in Louisiana. The storm still has a very mean look to it. Thank you, James and Alexander, for becoming members. Check out the velocities in a second. Again, this is your hook echo inflow going into the storm. See what it looks like here in a second on velocities. But the National Weather Service still has this as a confirmed tornado. I missed last night's live stream. You didn't really miss much, I'm not gonna lie. Last night was pretty tame. I mean, this morning got crazy, but that was like 4, 5, 6 a.m. If we have a tornado with this storm, it would be located right in this hook echo. Still a very strong inflow notch going into this. Very dangerous storm still, moving to the east-northeast. We'll keep a close eye on it. Velocity should update in a second. I do want to quickly go through the future radar for the rest of today. I know some of you are wondering when we are going to be seeing storms in your area. So this is what it looks like right about now. Storms, again, moving through central Louisiana, back through the Gulf Coast, also back into Arkansas. Again, this is a huge storm system. It stretches all the way back up into Missouri and the Midwest. By around 2 to 3 o'clock this afternoon, our main concern is going to be this line of thunderstorms producing damaging winds and a low tornado risk. We'll also have the potential for a couple of discrete cells coming off the Gulf, which is going to lead to the potential for an isolated strong tornado or two, which I think the threat there is going to really ramp up around 4 to 6 o'clock this evening. Back over near Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Gulfport, which is also where Mardi Gras is happening. Excuse me, and then eventually by 7 to 8 o'clock, this line of storms continues to push east with a significant wind risk continuing, in addition to the potential for a couple more tornadoes, anywhere from even Nashville back through Birmingham, Montgomery, and Mobile, Alabama. And then after midnight tonight, this line of storms is weakening out as it approaches the east coast of the United States. We also have a risk of maybe a tornado or two this afternoon back over in Missouri. This is right around 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon. A few storms will try to fire up. We may even see this tornado risk go as far east as St. Louis and as well as Illinois. So that'll definitely be something to watch for later this afternoon. But for the time being, it's mainly a gusty wind risk up here in Missouri. We've actually had a little bit of rotation on the leading edge of this line east of Springfield, but good news is that it's nothing too concerning for right now. And then the line of storms, again, continuing to move across Arkansas right now with mainly, again, damaging winds. Not really much of a tornado risk there. Our greatest risk for tornadoes over the next several hours will be in Louisiana and Mississippi and southern Arkansas. This is the latest radar scan just west of Alexandria in Louisiana. Again, hook echo right here. Inflow still strong going into this storm. Definitely could ramp up again here over the next several minutes. Velocities have actually increased quite a bit here near Boyce over the last few minutes. Not sure. That's not really rotation. but there is definitely a strong pocket of wind there, upwards of 70 miles per hour, moving towards Boyce. But Alexandria, we got to be on alert. I mean, this storm is going right into Alexandria within the next 15 to 20 minutes. And if the rotation continues, we could be talking about a potential for a tornado threat here right in the Alexandria area. Because this is beelining it right towards Alexandria, this particular supercell. Not something that you want to see here. Definitely a concerning trend. Latest radar scan is coming in right now. We're going to go back through some of the other storms here in a second, too, to see if there's anything really rotating. This is the latest scan. Still have a pretty impressive storm here. It has bowed out a little bit more, meaning we have a bit more of a wind risk. I think what's going to happen here over the next 20 minutes is that we're going to continue to see this bow out a little bit more, which is going to lead to a more significant wind risk. But once this approaches Alexandria, we should see this still having a bowing segment. And then on the north side, we'll probably have some sort of like a little inflow going into the storm, which could lead to a tornado risk. So... we're currently looking at with the storm. I think that's what's going to happen. So, short term, definitely still a possibility that we get a tornado here as it goes towards Alexandria. A little bit further south, we do have a little bit of rotation as well. Back down near Highway 463, that's far south of Simpson. Back down near DeQuincy and Reeves, near Lake Charles. Mainly a wind risk. They do have a tornado possible label on this severe thunderstorm warning, but I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation as of right now. And also, we are now getting a damage report out of Fort Polk. There are reports of tree limbs broken and shingles being blown off, possibly roofing there, which is where we literally just had a tornado drop. It was literally like a mile to the east of Fort Polk. There was also a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust reported by the AWS in Fort Polk as well. So we are starting to get some damage reports out of that area. We'll wait for our next radar scan. We'll go back to the 3-cam view. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Also, we now have our first confirmed tornado from the storms that happened early this morning. Over in Ada, Oklahoma, we had an EF1 tornado with maximum sustained winds around 105 miles per hour. The tornado was on the ground for about 4 minutes. The path length was about 4 miles. So we had a tornado this morning at 6:11 a.m. That was on the ground for about 4 minutes. It was an EF1 tornado in Ada, Oklahoma. Hey, Shoto for the $5 super chat. Tornado season is starting off strong this year. Yeah, it's not as strong as last year, I don't think. I feel like last year started off a lot crazier than this. We do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. And, I mean, this afternoon, from what we're seeing right now, it does look like we're going to be talking about a significant tornado risk across the deep south here over the next few hours. They have gone ahead and mentioned that a downstream tornado watch will be needed soon for central southern Mississippi, eastern Louisiana, and in addition to that, our greatest risk for supercells in terms of the tornado threat will be around Baton Rouge, Lafayette, and also back through Hattiesburg. So that is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. In addition to that, our maximum peak intensity for tornadoes is currently around EF2 to EF3 intensity. So again, strong tornado is definitely still in play this afternoon. Damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour is also in the forecast. Make sure you hatch down trampolines, protect loose lawn items, as it is going to be a very active afternoon here in the deep south. Likely going to have a lot more tornado warnings than what we've had so far. Tornado warning has been downgraded. It is no longer a confirmed tornado. We are back down to now radar indicated rotation. It goes for 6 more minutes. For the time being, the rotation has weakened a lot. It is still possible, though, that if we are able to see more clearing out in front of this Boeing segment of storm activity, that we could see a tornado risk increase again as this moves east. We've also been watching an area near Boyce that is beginning to rotate. This may actually get tornado warned here soon. There's a little bit of rotation over the northwest side there of Alexandria near Boyce, Louisiana, that is moving towards Dry Prong and Pollock. A possible tornado threat going towards Pollock, Louisiana. Thank you, Severe Weather, for becoming a member. Thank you also, Aviation, for the super chat. Stay safe. If you guys want more details on the blizzard that's happening in the Central Plains in the Midwest, definitely watch my video from this morning. Also, there are reports that we may have had a brief tornado over in Richland Hills, Texas this morning. So, that's more new information. I am going to retweet that on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Want to check that out. More damage photos from this morning in Texas from another likely tornado. And the National Weather Service of Fort Worth is surveying.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All of the tornadoes that we likely had this morning. We probably at least had a dozen tornadoes in both Oklahoma and Texas. Basically a small-scale tornado outbreak that happened between like 3 a.m. and like 7 a.m. So, all right, brand new tornado warning has been issued. That's going to be for Boyce and Pollock. We were just talking about this. This is moving east-northeast, just south of Dry Prong, going towards Route 165. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. So again, tracking to the east-northeast. Our strongest area of rotation right now is over Boyce, going towards Highway 165. If you know any friends or family in this warning, feel free to share the stream with them. Again, we'll be live here covering this potential severe weather outbreak today, as we've already had a lot of severe weather over the next several hours. The peak of the tornado threat today is expected to be between 3 and 6 p.m., so we're still not even near the peak. When you think about it, we are still in the very early stages of this tornado risk today. No Brandon Kopic today? Kopic's out there. He's just not on any storm right now. I'm working on getting Kopic, though, up. One sec. Let me get Kopic up on our other end here. Yeah, Kopic's not anything right now, but once he's on something, we'll definitely pan over to him. He's back over, I think, in eastern Louisiana or western Mississippi. Tornado warning west of Alexandria will be ending in 3 minutes. I don't think they're going to extend that one for now. It's mainly a wind risk for Alexandria for the time being, with damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour. We do have some cameras coming up in Alexandria. Bottom right of your screen is one of them. We'll have some other cameras as well coming up in Alexandria, keeping a close eye on those. This is a negatively tilted trough, correct? Yeah, this is a negatively tilted trough. This is a, basically, what I mean, I know people ask me what I mean by like negatively tilted troughs. Which, again, negatively tilted troughs are the ones that typically produce a more significant risk of severe weather. So what I am talking about is when we look at the jet stream here, you can see this like kind of kickback, right? You got strong winds, got a lot of upper level divergence, which is going to create more lifting here across the deep south today. But when we have a trough like this that has an access kind of like this, you can see it as we go up like the isobars, for example. That right there is going to indicate a negatively tilted trough. Now, if this was to be more positioned like this, where we have the low pressure system like that, and the jet stream is a little bit more like something like this, that would be more of a positively tilted trough, and the neutral's kind of in the middle. So negatively tilted troughs, the reason why this is important is because these are able to pull tons of moisture out of both the Gulf and as well as the Pacific, which essentially will create a better setup in addition to more wind shear. So the amount of wind shear that we have will be able to essentially increase the tornado risk. So we have a new radar scan coming in. We have Alexandria bottom right of your screen. We'll probably go full cam to that here soon. Hey, Justin, for the super chat. That's pretty funny. Appreciate the super chat. I don't think Reed's out there today. Reed wasn't able to make the trip. It's very difficult to go from Oklahoma to the deep south in like the span of 12 hours. So I don't think he was able to make it out to this threat today. Mainly a wind risk right now heading towards Woodworth and Alexandria. And the rotation on the storm near Boyce has weakened quite a bit over the last few minutes. So not nearly as much rotation on that storm, but we're still keeping a close eye on it in case it does do something. Let's go to Alexandria full shot. This one looks like right now in Alexandria on the HazCam. Storms are currently approaching out of the west. It'll probably get pretty crazy here in a few minutes. I mean, this threat here is for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, so. Reed goes out at 3 today. What is he chasing? I just sworn I saw him tweet that he wasn't chasing today. Could be wrong. Thought I saw him post something. Oh, he did make it? Oh, okay. My bad. I guess I read the tweet wrong. Max he was exhausted last night. I think everybody was exhausted after last night. I'm still exhausted today. Like it's been a long last like 12 hours. I mean, we were live late last night, got like 4 hours of sleep, and now we're live, and we're probably gonna be live here for a long time today. So long day ahead. I'll have another radar scan here in a second. It looks like Jenna is getting interesting too. Let's go to Jenna, Louisiana real quick. Jenna, Louisiana. Okay, so we got a couple of cameras coming up here. Jenna, Louisiana is out in front of this tornado warning, and then we obviously have Alexandria. So both of the cameras, bottom and bottom right, are both pretty important for this. Evansville, Indiana outlook. I'm not anticipating much up there. I would just say some gusty winds maybe late tonight. Still feeling the same about preceding supercells in a couple hours. I do think we're going to be talking about some big storms here in just a few hours, especially in eastern Louisiana and southern Mississippi. But for now, we're mostly focused on the storms that are around Alexandria. This is one of them. This is in Alexandria right now. Look how fast the clouds are moving. The storm is only a few minutes out from hitting Alexandria. I love hearing you try to pronounce Louisiana city names. I don't know what to tell you. Is it Gina? Bro, why is it Gina? It looks like Jenna. It's Gina, Louisiana. Good old pronunciations. Just like Bolivar, Missouri. Is Texas in the clear of tornadoes? Texas isn't quite done, but like it's basically done for most of the state. The only area that it saw some storms is like Port Arthur. But most of Texas is done. The tornado watches for like Jasper and Beaumont will be canceled, I would assume, in the next 30 minutes or so. So I would say the tornado risk is done. You still got some storms though near Port Arthur. And we are going to get a tornado watch here shortly back over in eastern Louisiana and southern parts of Mississippi. So we'll have a new tornado watch coming out here pretty soon. Worcester, Massachusetts. I used to live in New England, so I know how to pronounce that. I know it's Worcester. You're not going to get me with that one. What are the chances of tornadoes getting spawned from one of the other storms by the time it reaches northern Illinois to southern Wisconsin? What do you mean by that? There's no tornado risk up there in like Chicago. I'm sure what you mean by that. Appreciate the $10 super chat. Also, yeah, getting spawned is definitely... The tornadoes don't just spawn in, guys. We aren't playing Minecraft or something. Not Minecraft creative mode where you're spawning things in. By the way, the chances of a tornado watch out there in eastern Louisiana, southern Mississippi are at 95%. So it is a very high chance of us having a tornado watch here soon. Let me see. I gotta add Brandon into something here real quick. One second, I'm gonna go to this. Boom. By the way, this is live in Alexandria, Louisiana, just outside of the tornado warning, which is just further off to the north. But we have a significant area of damaging winds approaching up to 70 miles per hour. Should get pretty crazy here in just a few minutes. All right, I fixed that. What do you think about the middle of Tennessee? Should be mainly a wind risk, and that's going to happen around this evening. There's a lot of stuff going to be happening today. We went over in today's video, which, I mean, granted, today's video was not really timed very well. Let me quickly... Let's do this. Gotta pull up the right screen here. Today's video was literally 1 hour before we went live, so it was kind of a pointless video, but one of the biggest things that this storm is bringing, it's obviously not just the tornado risk, but we have widespread winds that are going to be upwards of 50 to 60 miles per hour. So even if you don't see severe weather tonight back over in Tennessee, Alabama, or Mississippi, we're going to have a huge swath of 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts back over in Alabama, Tennessee, and as well as into Georgia. So this is obviously a very significant risk ahead of the line of storms. This isn't even what we're going to be seeing from the severe weather. So that's pretty crazy. And tomorrow is going to be pretty crazy too, right? We have a huge area tomorrow that we're going to have a huge swath of 40 to 55 mile per hour wind gusts from Florida back into the Midwest, which this is one of the reasons why we also have the threat for blizzard conditions tonight into tomorrow across parts of the Midwest. So we are talking about, again, a very significant storm system. And I know I had a few people asking about snowfall accumulation. These are the numbers that we are anticipating. So several inches of snow possible in Minnesota and Wisconsin. The numbers have actually gone up a lot back over in the upper peninsula of Michigan. So winter storm definitely going to be significant. Blizzard conditions expected this evening into the overnight hours. There's a possibility that we are still live when that all happens. So also, here's a live view here in Alexandria. The storm is quickly approaching. Out in the distance, a much better view than we had just a few minutes ago on the Has cam. We'll watch this thing roll in here to Alexandria. Main concern right now is damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. There is still a chance, though, that we get a tornado with this storm as it continues to move east. All that rain coming. It's a lot of rain, and it looks like we have a shelf cloud out there in the distance. Thank you, Quazo, for the $10 super chat. Congratulations on 1 million subscribers. I appreciate that. We have our... I think the play button's going to be coming in here within the next week or so. So whenever I get that, I'll definitely show you guys. Definitely post a photo or something like that. Tornado warning has been updated for Grant Parish, Louisiana. Still have a tornado warning for a little bit longer. For Grant Parish, that's for Pollock mainly. Pollock just north of Ball. This one looks like live in Alexandria, though. Alexandria definitely has an interesting look to it. We got a big shelf cloud out in the distance. Thank you, Mystic, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. A little bit of a lowering out there in the distance. You know, what is interesting, bottom right of your screen, we actually do have a small area of rotation near Castor Plunge, which is on the southwest side of Alexandria. And I'm going to try to see what we have on the map here. You can get the exact location of this camera. This camera is on the southwest side of Alexandria, so there might be some rotation here. Which may be a reason why we have a small lowering out here in the distance. This particular camera is looking directly west and west-southwest, which would be kind of looking towards that area of rotation, which would be kind of on the left middle. There actually might be a little bit of rotation over there. They are moving the camera now to the right. Now it's going back left. Thank you, Melina, for the 9-month membership. Appreciate that. There was a little circulation there a moment ago. Looks like it's a little bit weaker now. Wouldn't be surprised, though, if we got something out of that, just to the south there of Alexandria. We're back to Alexandria in a second. That's bottom right of your screen. And line of thunderstorms moving right into Alexandria over the next 20 minutes. Damaging winds being the main concern. We still have a tornado warning back up near Pollock. Still have a little bit of a setup here where we could get a tornado out of this as it goes along Highway 8 towards Gina, and Highway 460. Still a lot of lightning associated with this line as well. Back up towards Monroe. We have that line of thunderstorms moving through right now. No tornado warnings, but again, we don't have a radar site that can really look at, the rotation here very well because the radar site in Monroe is down. So it makes it pretty difficult to see what's happening there. But nonetheless, significant wind risk currently moving through Monroe, Rayville, going towards Lake Providence. Possibility for an isolated tornado still exists there. And the line of storms continues to roll through Arkansas with mainly a wind risk, but the tornado risk at this point very low to zero for most of Arkansas, which is good news. But unfortunately, our significant tornado threat is really going to be setting up here over the next few hours here along the Gulf Coast. Again, tornado watch will be issued within the next probably hour or so for those out here in eastern Louisiana and southern Mississippi. In fact, I think it'll be issued within the next 30 minutes, maybe even sooner, because the storms are starting to get out, almost getting outside of the tornado watch. We're right now on the edge of the tornado watch with some of these storms, so we'll probably get a tornado watch here shortly. This is back to Alexandria, which we still have. We do have a little bit of rotation north of Woodworth on this storm, just southwest of Alexandria. It's probably rotational loft, but left side of your screen would be where we're looking for a little bit of rotation. Thank you, Brent and Palm, for becoming members. Thank you, Justa, for the super chat. How can I chase for your stream? I mean, just email me or contact me on social media, and if I'll try to respond or try to get back to you. Thank you, Brandy, for the super chat. I'm not sure where that is. I'm guessing you meant Kaplan, Louisiana, because that didn't pop up. But your tornado threat is definitely going to exist in a couple hours. Stay weather aware. It's hard to predict a tornado forming in one exact location, but it's definitely possible. Down there near the Gulf Coast. Thank you, Deborah, for becoming a member as well. Welcome to the Velocities. If I had to guess, the tornado warning back up in Pollock will probably be canceled here in a few minutes as long as that rotation stays broad. Storms are now rolling right into Alexandria. Again, this is a live shot. There's a little bit of rotation just southwest of Alexandria that we're watching. But visibility is going to start dropping here over the next couple of minutes. The wind should pick up a lot, too. Again, this storm is warned for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. The wind is picking up. I'm seeing multiple cameras right now shaking. This is one of them. This is in Alexandria. This is live. One of the traffic cameras. The wind is definitely picking up right now. That car is... looks like he's swerving on the road. Yeah, that wind is really strong. We're definitely talking about around 60 to 70 mile per hour winds moving right into Alexandria. Very strong winds right now in Alexandria. Weather conditions are quickly deteriorating. Wow, the wind is really blowing across the road here. Thank you, Pod, for becoming a member. Wow, these cars are flying. I think this is a highway, though, so it makes sense. That car is on the white line. What in the world? Wow, that guy's flying. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Some of these people look like they're crazy drivers. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't trust anybody that's on the road over here. It's some terrible driving. It's literally terrible driving simulator on this highway. Now everybody's slowing down up there, so wind is still pretty strong. Well, the wind's still pretty strong here. I'm waiting to see. We have the other camera, the Has cam in Alexandria, so whenever that gets crazy, I'll go to it. I'm waiting for it to ramp up. Oh, look at that. That's like a normal driver, it looks like. That's maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the speed limit is, but everybody else is racing by here, and those people are going slow. Texas drivers aren't much better. I don't think Texas drivers are that bad. I could be wrong. I used to live in Texas. Alright, the mayhem is over there for at least now. If it gets crazy again, I'll go back to it. That was some pretty terrible driving, I've got to be honest. This is back over in Alexandria right now. So this is a bit more of a higher up camera on the Has cam. The wind hasn't really picked up quite yet, but the visibility is definitely under a mile now. Wind really has not picked up here quite yet. This is a different live shot. This is back over in Alexandria as well. You can see how strong the wind is. Camera's going crazy. Like can barely see what's even happening. But the wind is also pretty strong here on I-49 in Alexandria. And really right around 70-mile-per-hour winds or so are possible with this storm. And going back to Alexandria, we'll see if anything's changed here. This is a has-cam on the south side of Alexandria, which currently does not look crazy. I mean, it looks really normal. I don't know why the wind looked much stronger on the other cameras that were a little further to the north. We might have missed the highest of the winds, though, coming through this area. But it does not appear as if this is 70-mile-per-hour winds. I don't think it's that high. It's probably around 60. Under that bridge would be a good spot to hide. Guys, never hide under bridges. Please. It's not safe. During any sort of severe storm. Looks like that car right now is doing what I just said. That car right there in the middle of your screen. The wind is picking up like, okay, now the wind's picking up. This is in Alexandria on I-49. Bottom of your screen, that little black car there is pulled over. That is so dangerous. You should not be pulling over under a bridge during a severe storm. Because if everybody does it, it causes this big traffic jam. And it just causes basically chaos. But there is now a car there that is being shamed for being somewhat parked under the bridge. Thank you, Barry, for the super chat. Stay safe up there in Memphis. That car, I think, pulled up now under the bridge. I couldn't tell. I wasn't looking. This is also another camera. This is going to be back over on US 71. Ooh, camera shaking here quite a bit now as well. The wind's picking up. Again, across... not Shreveport. Alexandria. The car heard you. Imagine they're watching the live stream. It'd be pretty funny. Alright, well. Looks otherwise pretty normal there for the time being. The Jetta camera, it looks like, just went out. So that's interesting. Let me put that bottom middle. So again, we still have a tornado warning in effect for another 9 minutes back up near Pollock. They'll probably end up canceling this tornado warning in the next minute or two, or just letting it let it be allowed to be expired. We have had a little bit of rotation just south of Alexandria, a little couplet there near I-49. Definitely something I'm going to be watching for here over the next little while as this continues to track east-northeast. And the main concern at this point is damaging winds, but there is still a potential for maybe a tornado with that storm as it continues to track towards the Mississippi River Valley. And we still have plenty of severe storms further to the north. Again, this is a huge line of thunderstorms that is currently ongoing. All the way from the Gulf Coast back up into Missouri. It is a huge line of thunderstorms. More than anything, anywhere back up in Missouri and as well as most of Arkansas is just gusty winds. That includes the storms that are also heading in the direction of Memphis. But back over east of Pine Bluff, we also have a potential maybe for a brief spin-up with some of those storms. So, again, damaging wind potential a bit higher further south you go here along the Mississippi River Valley, mainly from the Gulf Coast back into southeastern Arkansas. But areas like Memphis, Tennessee, even back through Nashville, could even have some severe weather tonight. Main concern, again, would be damaging winds. But tornado threat definitely still in play. I'll have another radar scan here in a moment. Let's see what other cameras we have out in front of this line. We got Greenville coming up. I need to get Greenville up on here. Thank you, Roger, for the $5 Venmo. Also, we just got a new tornado watch. Georgia tonight, mainly a wind risk, Roger. New tornado watch has now just been issued. For the Gulf Coast states, including Louisiana and Mississippi. And we also have it including most of central and southern Mississippi as well. Main concern here will be damaging winds that are scattered up to 80 miles per hour, and a few tornadoes are also likely. That includes Greenville, Jackson, Meridian, Columbus, Laurel, Hattiesburg, Gulfport, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, all included now in this new tornado watch right along the Mississippi River Valley. Make sure if you are anywhere in this area that you are staying weather aware. Your brand new tornado watch. It'll be popping up on the map here over the next few minutes as well. Again, strong tornadoes are still in play today. If you have not already seen, we had a large hatched risk for tornadoes today issued by the Storm Prediction Center. It actually grew in size earlier this morning, but it's a huge area. We could have strong tornadoes essentially anywhere in the yellow, which includes central and southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, a little sliver there of the Florida Panhandle, and also even into eastern parts of Louisiana as we go into this afternoon. Again, personally, I think our greatest tornado risk is going to be right in this area here, which is really more confined towards the Gulf Coast. But that's where I'm anticipating the potential for at least a few tornadoes and perhaps even a couple of strong tornadoes as we go later into the afternoon hours today. So that'll definitely be something to watch for later on. See, do we have Lebu on here? Lebu. I don't think we have Lebu. Okay, let's get this camera on here. We're gonna have another camera that I'm gonna add on here. Let's go to 3-cam view. All right, bottom right of your screen, we're gonna make that Lebu. So Lebu's back over a little bit further east. It's back over, kind of in the Lafayette area almost. That'll be another camera I'll have on here. We also got some cameras coming up in Mississippi. We'll be keeping a close eye on those. All right. Tornado warning still continues for 4 more minutes, but after that tornado warning, we're gonna have no active tornado warnings by the looks of it, unless that storm near Alexandria comes together, which it looks like it still is trying. Just southeast of Alexandria, we've had a little couplet there. You have a little inflow notch, a little hook as well with this storm. Definitely possible that we get a tornado warning on this. I mean, if we get a tornado warning, it'd probably be this storm. This to the east now of Alexandria. That's approaching Highway 107, going towards 115, just south of Highway 28. Shout out to Colton with the $10 Venmo donation. See if I can read this. This is a long message. In Shreveport earlier before the tornado, a parent at a high school... Okay, I won't read that. Okay, I don't know anything about that. I won't read that, but hopefully everybody's okay. Thank you, Space Lobster, for the $10 super chat. Springfield, Missouri, the threat is going to ramp up between 4 and 10 p.m. It's a conditional tornado risk, but there's a possibility for a tornado or two, again, mainly from 4 to 10. So mainly during the mid to late afternoon and early evening. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued east of Alexandria with a tornado possible label. So for the time being, they are not putting a tornado warning on this storm, even though we do have a little bit of rotation just southeast of Alexandria. Let's continue to stay weather aware. If you are in this area, as we may get a tornado warning at some point here soon. Tornado warning officially expires for Pollock in 2 minutes. That one will definitely be let to expire. There's no longer rotation inside of that tornado warning. So we'll be bound to just severe thunderstorm warnings here in just a moment, which would be the first time in like 3 hours, I think, since we've had no tornado warnings at a given second. Here's a full view of the tornado watch that has been issued across Mississippi and Louisiana. So almost the entire state, 2/3 of Mississippi is included in this tornado watch. Almost all of Louisiana is actively in a tornado watch. Later this afternoon, we'll likely get a tornado watch over into southwest Alabama, and as well as the Florida Panhandle.
Tornado warning
so
has been issued.
that'll be something to watch for. All right, well, I guess we're gonna have a tornado warning, so that streak is not gonna end anytime soon. New tornado warning has now been issued for Rapids and Avo Yellis parishes in Louisiana. Talk about jinxing it. So they have now issued a tornado warning for those east of Alexandria. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. So just southeast of Alexandria. Rotation is going to be traveling right along 107 near Colon, North Point, Big Island, Deville, Buckeye, Barron are in the track of a possible tornado. It's a very rural area, not many locations here that are well known, but just outside there of Alexandria. This will eventually move in the direction of Serena, Glade, Eva, Monterey, Mena, Lardo, New Era, and Argo that are a little bit further off to the east. So some small little communities there. So if you are in this tornado warning, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible, just to the northeast of just to the east, excuse me, of Alexandria. Am I safe in Lafayette? Lafayette's still a little ways away from actually seeing severe weather. I mean, you're probably about 1 or 2 hours out from really ramping up when it comes to the severe weather threat. So currently, I'm not too concerned about Lafayette, but I mean, in about an hour or two, definitely make sure you're staying weather aware. It's Mardi Gras here today. I am aware. Yeah, today is Mardi Gras in Louisiana. So it's going to be a pretty active day. A lot of people are going to be outdoors and stuff. And I am a bit more concerned about New Orleans, honestly, between like 3 and 6. So activity will definitely pick back up, I think, over there. Am I concerned about East Atlanta? I am not, personally. I did hear they canceled some parades back over in New Orleans. Thank you, Jeremy, for the $5 super chat. I talked more about North Carolina in today's video. I think it's mostly going to be wind, honestly, tomorrow. A couple tornadoes possible. Not anticipating a tornado outbreak by any means, but I do think there will at least be a couple tornadoes out there. Just make sure you have ways to receive warnings. Again, I'm not sure if we're going to be live tomorrow yet. We're going to be live most of today. Tomorrow is going to be more 50-50. We'll see what it looks like. If I go live tomorrow, it won't be until after lunchtime anyway. So we don't have a whole lot of cameras out there, which isn't a big deal. I mean, I don't really care too much about that, but we don't really have a whole lot of perspective to be able to see what's happening in real time. But if there are storms that are concerning and it's more than just some wind, we'll probably be live at some point, but it wouldn't be until after like 1 o'clock tomorrow. Any snow updates on the backside? Hasn't really been a whole lot of snow that's been falling yet. This is what it looks like on, let's go to the winter weather radar. This is what it looks like currently across the entire country. And this is a huge storm system, obviously, massive storm. Low pressure system is currently sitting in central and eastern Kansas. There is some snow falling back over in parts of Nebraska and Kansas this afternoon, even back up into Minnesota. But our blizzard conditions really won't ramp up until tonight. Back over in the Kansas City area. That's where it's all going to begin, in addition to western Iowa. And then as we go into the late evening overnight, it's going to ramp up even further back over in parts of Wisconsin. So we are anticipating, again, the potential for some snowfall, heavy snow, potential for blizzard conditions will exist as we go into tonight. Jeez. Stop it. This cat just wants attention. Let me go through the future radar here and show you actually what it will look like. So this is what it looks like here over the next few hours. By around 3 to 4 o'clock today, and severe weather will be continuing in the deep south. We'll have snow really ramping up back over in Iowa, Minnesota, Nebraska, and as well as Kansas right around 6 to 7 o'clock tonight. And eventually right around 9 o'clock, we're talking about very heavy snowfall around Kansas City and back into Minneapolis. It's going to be a very quick shot of snow, so accumulation will not be significant. With that said, any snow that's falling and accumulates will lead to the potential for blizzard conditions. The line of storms will continue to push throughout many areas in the Dixie Alley. Heavy rainfall across the Midwest and the Ohio Valley could lead to some localized flooding. And look at this by tomorrow morning. Look at this low pressure system. We could have snow even as far south as Oklahoma and even back into southwestern Missouri, maybe even into northern Arkansas tomorrow morning, which is absolutely crazy. So definitely interesting trend. And even maybe in St. Louis, we could see a little bit of snowfall, but it will be very light. I don't know about this. ARRR has snow all the way down into Tennessee and northern parts of Alabama. I'm not entirely sure we're going to see this, but no matter what, we're definitely talking about snow back out to the west. If we, for some reason, did see snow down into Kentucky or Tennessee, it'd be pretty light. We're not talking about significant accumulations by any means. It'd just be like maybe a coating at worst case scenario. So I think that model was overdoing some of the activity there. Well, this tornado warning is probably not going to last very long. The rotation on this has been weakening over the last few minutes. Still a little bit of rotation, but it's weaker than before. Stay in your safe place if you're in that warning east of Alexandria. Also, thank you, Gaming Wildlife, for the $5 super chat. When will the St. Louis Metro get severe weather today or tonight? It'll be more geared towards tonight, between like 7 to 10. Yeah, it's a very low risk in St. Louis, but if you get anything, isolated tornado risk will exist. It's the main concern. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below and like the stream. It does help get this out to more people. When will northern Louisiana be in the clear? Unless you're back up near Lake Providence, you're pretty much already in the clear. So once this line of storms passes you, you're pretty much done there in northern Louisiana. What radar is this? This is Radar Omega that I'm using. Let's go a little bit further to the north here. A little bit of rotation picking up right now near Jenna, just south of Jenna. A little bit of rotation there. It's trying to pick up. Might be something to watch for here in a little bit. Storm does have a little hook shape to it right now. A little inflow as well. This could become a bit more concerning as that goes towards Jonesville and Clayton, and as well as just south of Harrisonburg. So that'll be something to watch for there. Mainly a wind risk for now, but definitely something that could become tornadic here in the next hour or so as it continues to move east-northeast towards Faraday, Clayton, and Sicily Island. But right now, we actually have no tornado warnings now. We just had the other one in Alexandria was officially canceled. So here's the plan. I wasn't planning on going live this morning, for those that were wondering. We've been live here for about almost 4.5 hours. I'm starving. I've had no food today, and so I need to get a quick break in and get some food. So the plan is, since we have a lull in the activity and there's no active tornado warnings, just some isolated damaging winds right now, we are going to go live again in about an hour or two. I'm going to redirect you all to our new stream, so stay on this stream here so you get redirected to our next stream. But I am going to go ahead and get some food real quick. We'll be back in a couple hours or so, maybe sooner than that. I have it scheduled for 3 p.m. We'll probably be live sooner than that, though, here with Deep South coverage. I'll change it to 2:30. But this stream will be redirected to our other stream that we're going to have in a couple hours. I'm just going to do a different stream. It'll be, again, we're going to be doing severe weather coverage this afternoon. Just want to make sure I have energy. I need food, all that sort of stuff. So make sure to stay on the stream. You'll be redirected to that one. You can click the bell icon so you're notified when that live stream starts. Thank you also, K. Cornick, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Again, no tornado warnings right now. If one comes up and it looks concerning, we'll go live immediately when that happens. But otherwise, we'll be live in about an hour and a half or so. So I appreciate you guys all watching as always. Thank you all for watching this morning's live stream. It's obviously pretty early when we went live. We'll be live again in a couple hours, so stay tuned. A lot of stuff will be happening, I think, this afternoon. We have many storm chasers that'll be out there, so stay tuned, subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you guys all again in approximately 1 or 2 hours. Click the bell icon also so you're notified